Mir reicht's. Die Zukunft kannst du vergessen. Anstrengen lohnt sich nicht mehr. Und immer die Versprechen, wie das noch was werden soll mit unserem Land. Ganz ehrlich, ich frage mich manchmal, ob ihr überhaupt noch echten Change wollt.
Ich verstehe dich. Wir hatten ja alle gehofft, dass es immer so weitergeht. Dass die Krisen an uns vorbeiziehen. Die Wirtschaft wird ja gut. Warum etwas ändern, wenn die Zahlen stimmen? Aber das hilft jetzt niemandem. Es geht nicht um Rechtfertigung, sondern darum, das Richtige zu tun.
Was heißt das? Noch ein ausgeheckter Plan? Noch eine Agenda mit einer Jahreszahl dran oder mal wieder eine interdisziplinäre Arbeitsgruppe?
Das heißt jetzt anfangen. Mut zur Investition, in Ideen und Technologie, Mut zur Ehrlichkeit, Mut zuversichtlich zu sein, Krise in Innovation umwandeln. Für euch, für das ganze Land.
Du glaubst, da lässt sich wirklich was dran drehen. Trotz allem, was da draußen passiert, China, Russland, USA, you name it.
Wenn wir es ernst meinen, ja. Neue Zeiten bedeutet neue Antworten. Neue Antworten heißt Leadership und Kooperation. Leadership heißt gemeinsames Handeln.
Und was ist mit Vertrauen? Also, ich habe kaum noch Vertrauen. Die Stimmung ist im Keller.
Dann holen Sie uns zurück. Aber nicht mit hohlen Versprechungen, sondern mit Machen. Mit Taten, die man sieht und nicht erklären muss.
Das hört sich doch wieder nach PR an. Ein paar Floskeln und ein Quickfix, das reicht einfach nicht. Dass ihr nicht länger unsere Zukunft aufs Spiel setzt, sondern aktiv gestaltet. Dass ihr zeigt, was Verantwortung heißt. Dass ihr gute Entscheidungen trefft. Unsere Stimmen hört. Für unser Land. Dass ihr zeigt, Aufbruch, das ist nicht nur ein Wort. Aufbruch ist eine Bewegung. Denn ein Movement beginnt nicht erst, wenn alle dafür bereit sind oder die Ausgangslage ideal ist. Eine Bewegung beginnt, wenn einer den Mut hat, den ersten Schritt zu gehen.
Warum nicht Konflikte nutzen, um zusammenzuwachsen?
In Wirtschaft und Politik.
Warum nicht Rezession als Startschuss für Wandel sehen?
Für Industrie und Mittelstand.
Warum nicht Haltung zeigen, gerade weil es unbequem ist?
In Deutschland und Europa.
Warum nicht jetzt gestalten, statt noch vorbei?
Und zwar jung und alt.
Warum nicht reden, um dann wirklich zu handeln?
Wir gemeinsam. Heute, hier, jetzt.
Ganz herzlich willkommen zum Tag der Industrie 2025. Wir freuen uns sehr, dass Sie alle hier sind.
Very warm welcome to the Day of Industry 2025. We're glad that you're all here, down here and online in the live stream. And what a time when we came together. I think the world has been holding its breath for a few days. How will things continue between Israel, Iran, the US? What will all of that mean? Also in economic terms, what can the new responses be? So even more important to come together. Absolutely. I think we can say a lot. We talked about the new normal, but today the new normal is probably kind of uncertainty. But, and this matters, uncertainty mustn't lead us to paralysis. We need to do something, move something. And tomorrow and today we talk about how that can be done. And it's a great privilege for both of us to be with you throughout these 2 days. We're looking forward to that now. We're looking forward to your president, Peter Leibinger. A very warm welcome.
Ja.
Mr. Chancellor, Mr. Merz, I'm going to go off script now and just say thank you for being here despite all of the things that are happening, all of the things that have just been suggested in that film. I'm sure you've had a very, very busy weekend, and I'm sure you have plenty to do today. But the fact that you come here anyway is a clear commitment, I think, to trade and industry in Germany. So thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Day of Industry 2025 in another year of radical change. I'm going to spare you the geopolitical analyses. You know them already, and the rest is mere speculation. And in recent days, the global political outlook has darkened still further in light of events in the Middle East and Iran. It's a good thing that we are having a chance to meet before the summer break to exchange views with members of the German federal government, with entrepreneurs, international partners, and you. Special thanks go to you, Mr. Krug of Deloitte, and to all of our other partners as well. Without your support, the TDI would not be possible in this forum. Our world seemed to be one of eternal peace, a time in which export champion Germany enjoyed many good years with solid profits, sometimes very solid profits, secure industrial jobs, very secure jobs in industry, high wages, very good social benefits. And now we find ourselves in a world in which long-term security no longer exists. It's a new era, one in which you, Mr. Merz, and the German federal government is putting together a massive 500 billion euro special fund in which a paradigm shift is to be finally set in motion at tomorrow's NATO summit, pushing Europe to become capable of defending itself on its own. An era, too, in which in a few days the tariff dispute with the USA, and I mean, just think of those words in connection, the tariff dispute with the USA will enter into its new phase. New times require new responses. This much is clear. Anyone in a position of responsibility today, whether in industry or politics, by the way, has a new challenge, and it's called navigating in uncertainty. That means pursuing a goal while always thinking in scenarios and remaining flexible every single day, making the best of each day while staying strategic. This is the kind of leadership that is demanded of us today. Never let a good crisis go to waste. As banal as it sounds, it's also very true. And what does that mean today? It means that we need to see ourselves as shaping the present, not as victims of adverse circumstances. We are not victims here. Crises can be used for reflection, self-determination, reorientation, and drawing upon our own strength. And this is necessary, too, in our interconnected world, and given the number of challenges we face, this requires cooperation. Because shaping the present in complex times can only be done together. And my message is this. In the next few years, no one will be winning alone. Not industry, not the economy as a whole, not politics, and not a single European country. The opposite is true. We can only win together, or we'll all lose. I want to motivate and inspire all of you so that we win together. We can only win together. But where do we start? I think, firstly, we need a change in mindset. Trade and industry are more than a source of income for employees and tax revenue for the state. The economy, business, is a source of identity for all of us, giving us a sense of meaning and purpose to the individual. And it forms part of our culture as well. And the economy is a necessary condition for our sovereignty. To fulfill this role, business needs entrepreneurial freedom. Politicians must understand this, and they must understand that the role of the state is to be an enabler of the new, not merely a preventer of undesirable things, which is often how it's perceived today. The age of the over-interfering state must come to an end. And of course, business needs sound, well-crafted laws that are built on a reliable foundation, and it needs a state that sees risk-taking as an opportunity and not something to prevent. And that's part of what I mean by a change in mindset. But it also means in business that it's not enough just to pay good wages and make profits. Entrepreneurship carries a responsibility for the common good that goes far beyond paying taxes, or what's known as corporate social responsibility, which often blurs the boundaries to marketing. We are called on to engage much more in political dialogue. We must advocate much more actively for our social market economy in public discourse, rather than merely criticizing politics behind closed doors or constantly making demands of others. We need to make demands of ourselves, and that will greatly increase the credibility of the demands we make of others. And that too is what I mean when I say we need a change in mindset. And I'm saying this particularly as the president of an industry federation. What I'm trying to say using these examples is this. Both sides are called upon to act. And where do we start? Well, by being ruthlessly honestly towards ourselves, as I've just tried to do. We need to talk about our own mistakes and not just point out the mistakes of others. Our own mistakes? Let me give you two examples. As an engineer, I think it's fair for me to state that sometimes we may have acted with a certain arrogance in judging specific technologies or competitors. I'm thinking of China here. Now, as a business person, I'd say we may have overvalued capital efficiency in terms of working capital management, which is a mantra in some of our organizations, which, when weighing up the risks to our resilience, perhaps we were too short-term in our thinking. Secondly, we need more than just realistic goals. We need a vision overarching them, providing a horizon. More than ever before, that vision is a united, strong European Union. Who would have believed that the EU would become such an island of liberty and the rule of law among nations in a world where neither can be taken for granted anymore? This is one of the reasons why more and more top international researchers see the EU as an attractive home for freedom in research and teaching. And that's why investors from around the world are suddenly flying into Frankfurt, Paris, and Milan. Let's make the EU a magnet for the best minds from across the globe. Let's continue developing Europe into a strong community that we defend together, a community where we don't always block the new by insisting on individual maximum gains, one where EU member states really say what they think and take each other's legitimate interests seriously, one that demands a lot of each other, though, but gives a lot in return. Mr. Chancellor, your career and your personal convictions make you a staunch advocate of European integration. I wish you and all of us the kind of European policy accomplishments that we owe to Helmut Schmidt and Helmut Kohl, that you become a Chancellor who brings Europe together and holds it together. A Chancellor who has the courage to make difficult decisions and who explains them clearly and defends them courageously. I know it sounds a bit old-fashioned, but you can do that. I believe you can do that. You've shown it in recent weeks. And this goes from the impositions of collective defense to the capital markets union. In the years ahead, we must together join forces to build a Europe that is strong and resilient. Many of the elements we need are already in place. Our job now is to act, and act quickly, and we are well aware of that. Coming back now to the new mindset, which is the foundation for new responses, and coming back to working together. Let me explain what I mean by this new common mindset by giving you a couple of specific examples. Firstly, cooperation is a prerequisite for making the long-called-for goal of reducing bureaucracy a practical reality. As Germans, we are a rule-conscious people. We have introduced rules to protect people, and this was a good thing. But now we have so many rules that they often paralyze people. We believed we could create a society without risks. Instead, what we did was build a prison of rules. And that's only going to change if policymakers start trusting businesses and citizens again. Less control, more trust in responsible entrepreneurship is what we need. Speeding up planning and approvals and systematically reducing reporting obligations, you can't just mandate that. You have to really make it come to life. Digitization can help here, as we know, and the new German Ministry for Digital Affairs and State Modernization is sending the right signal. But business needs to get involved to make this work. The state cannot achieve quick digital transformation in public administration on its own. It needs strong support from the business community to flesh out the details. When politicians invite us to working groups to help develop specific concepts, we need to send our best people. When the government offers new ideas, like the concept of AI gigafactories, we need to be ready to invest time and money instead of just finding fault with everything. Secondly, while technological autonomy is not possible, sovereignty certainly is. If we leverage our existing technological advantages and create new ones, exclusivity, then we can achieve sovereignty. To get there, we need a common technology strategy that evaluates key topics based on national interest, feasibility that's realistic of these goals, and the strategic importance, that is, looking at how much mass of negotiation this technology will offer us. Common roadmaps for these topics will be the next step. Fusion energy is one example that meets all three criteria, as does quantum technology. Thirdly, collaboration between policymakers and business is also the key to our defense capabilities. We provide the hardware and software for Europe's security, from steel for tanks to chip design. Innovation leadership, however, will depend on the mix of civilian and military research. For policymakers, this means openness to dual-use applications that enable efficiency. This requires fast procurement processes and harmonized defense standards in Europe. For the business community, this means being willing to take on this new role in a meaningful way. It's not just about making factories work to capacity. It's about taking an active, creative role in rebuilding our armed forces. And fourthly, we are only viable if we have a reliable supply of raw materials. Since the winter of famine in 1947, Germany has held strategic reserves of peas, lentils, and beans. But what we don't yet have are strategic reserves of raw materials, rare earths, and medicines. That needs to change as quickly as possible. And the costs must be fairly split between government and business in the interests of all. Here, too, cooperation is crucial, both defensively and offensively. In addition to reserves, we need to build up strengths that give us bargaining power. I touched on this earlier on. Together with policymakers, we can identify technologies that only we master and expand them offensively, investing in vertical supply chains in critical areas to gradually reduce our dependency on external partners. Defensively, Japan has done this very successfully for years, and we can learn from them. Once again, the key is cooperation here. Ladies and gentlemen, these examples illustrate the new mindset I'm advocating. Collaboration between the spheres of politics and business is essential. Both have obligations to fulfill and rights as well. But there are unresolved questions where policymakers must take responsibility and take the lead. As German industry, we would name energy pricing first. It is a good thing that the German government wants to reduce power prices and grid fees for companies. But this fails to provide a sustainable answer to the question of how German industry will access energy, and the people in this country as well, at competitive market prices with supply reliability. Subsidies are not a long-term solution. We need more realism in the energy transition. The government has rightly set ambitious goals in light of climate change, but at the end of the day, physics always beats wishful thinking. We need a more realistic approach and goals that are actually reachable. That, too, is a particularly difficult challenge, but it's the job of government. New times, new responses is the motto of this year's TDI. Part of the response is a new common mindset shared by policymakers and business communities. A new kind of cooperation is the guiding principle of our time. For every social group, one of the most important resources is mutual trust. In families, in associations and clubs, in companies and in society as a whole, trust depends on a merited expectation of fair treatment. That requires a willingness to consider the legitimate interests of others and to factor these interests into our own actions. And that, in turn, requires ongoing dialogue about which interests are at stake and what is necessary and feasible in the well-understood interest of all, especially in times when we have to navigate in uncertainty, as I described it earlier on. That demands that each of us consider our own positions carefully. And I mean this honestly, Chancellor. But above all, it requires the insight that almost no one ever has a monopoly on truth. And we are willing to do our bit. Challenging times lie ahead. As the new president of the BDI, speaking at the Day of Industry for the first time, I would like to express 3 wishes. First, I wish that we would demand of ourselves everything we demand of others. I wish us the courage to be honest with one another, even if it's unpopular. And I wish us all the strength to recognize the opportunities that we have and that our country offers us. With this mindset, we can face the challenges ahead and win together. Thank you very much.
Danke. Lieber Herr Bundeskanzler.
Chancellor, once again, thank you for being with us. We are glad you are taking the time to talk to us, and later we will have an opportunity to discuss with each other. The floor now is yours. President, Mr. Leibinger, Ms. Gunner, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the very friendly welcome. And to you, Mr. Leibinger, thank you for a very strong first presidential speech. Let me give you the result immediately. We will accept your offer of close cooperation. I think you have described the challenges very accurately. It's not just our country, all of Europe, all open societies, democracies, which are facing challenges that some time ago we wouldn't have dreamed of. I'm glad I am allowed to be here today in this building, in the gasometer. Some of you may know this day, 7 weeks ago, this is the very venue where this government signed the coalition agreement between the CDU, CSU and Social Democrats. Tomorrow, 7 weeks ago, we will have taken office. And ladies and gentlemen, in these 7 weeks, quite a bit has happened already. I considered it to be right on day one after swearing the oath of office. I visited Paris to send out a strong signal that this German government probably strongly, more than others before, will assume its responsibility vis-à-vis the European Union, Paris and Warsaw, West and East, all of Europe, the big ones and the small ones. Because, ladies and gentlemen, that has been German strength. If we've done it right, that's always been what was right. Not just to be capable to be part of the alliance, to keep to agreements, but also to have a focus on the smaller and the medium-sized countries in Europe. And if we do that right again in the next few years, then like you, Mr. Leibinger, I also am convinced that we will all have the opportunity to protect our democracy, our open society, but also to work together to make economic progress. The challenges which you described are exactly the ones we see too. Since last week, we've had an open war in the Middle East. And I would like to say this very clearly here and now. For us and also for me personally, there is no reason to criticize what Israel started 1 week ago, and there is no reason to criticize what America has done last week. Yes, it's not without risk. But to just let things continue as they were, that was no option either. Ladies and gentlemen, the same thing is true for the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which has now been ongoing for 4 years. I stay with my personal and our joint opinion. Ukraine, they're not just defending their own territory. That alone would be enough reason to help them. But they also defend our freedom, our sovereignty, our independence, our democracy, and our open society. And let us prepare for it. Given the extremely rigid attitude of the Russian regime, the situation can continue for quite some time. We have to show that we can persevere, not just in military terms, but generally. We need to stay the course, being firmly resolved to defend our freedom against sabotage, cyber attacks, fake news, attempts at destabilizing our country, and all attempts to draw a wedge between us and Europe. Because that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what it is about. It is a war of aggression against the entire political system as it was jointly built with the then Soviet Union and later Russian Federation. If we are serious about wanting our freedom, if we are serious about maintaining our open society, if we are serious about democracy and the market economy, then we also need to be serious about defense. And doubts of the Transatlantic partnership come into the equation too. Last week we had the G7 summit in Canada. We spent hours deliberating matters, the big issues of our day, and all the issues we prepared saw joint final communiques. As was planned from the very beginning, Ukraine and Russia, that was left unaddressed. But here again we show that in the United States of America there is movement, a willingness to change, a willingness to act. Also in this administration when it comes to Russia. It's a stony path. We will be successful if in Europe we stand together, work together, and have a clear opinion, which is why I'm very glad that we managed, and it's not just down to me that we managed in recent weeks in the E3 format, UK, France, Germany, and the European G7 countries, France, Germany, Italy, and in a larger group of European countries, we were able to find common ground how to deal with the crises and challenges of the present day. But we have to be prepared. The United States of America are no longer the United States we knew 20, 30, maybe 40 years ago. The country is changing. Politics is changing, independent of the current administration. And it's true and right that reservations against us need to be eliminated, particularly reservations that they have in the US against our security policy, Me Too attitude, only joining others. They accepted our hesitancy for many decades, but no longer. And they won't go back to the old way of thinking. The new attitude will remain. And we Europeans, we need to be stronger on our own. We need to get stronger. We need to be capable and willing to address this challenge so that on this side of the Atlantic we strengthen our strong points and soberly analyze our weaknesses and eliminate them one after the other. This is the spirit in which we formed the new government. And ladies and gentlemen, apart from the Federal Minister of Defense, every single cabinet member is a new cabinet member, just as you, Mr. Leiminger, are new in your office. And so I can tell you once again, yes, we're doing a new start. We're starting with a new spirit. And we know what we have to do. Above all, competitiveness. The competitiveness of Germany as a business location needs to be thoroughly improved. And I'll go a step further. Also, being competitive on price has to be improved. And we're doing the first steps. We already have made the first decisions to achieve this, and on July 11, the Federal Council is going to pass and decide the first big investment program, 3.30% depreciation for 3 years, starting this year, 2025 to 2026, 2027, and from the 1st of January 2028, 5 times in succession, 1 percentage point reduced corporate tax. Relief, ladies and gentlemen, relief for some companies, making it easier to move into corporate tax than it was before. Germany hasn't seen tax relief in 20 years. We are doing it in a coalition together with the Social Democrats. We are doing it. We are aware that this is only a first step. We have a comprehensive reform program for the second half of the year. In part, it's going to be before the parliamentary recess that we are going to get things going. We've made decisions when it comes to migration, when it comes to domestic security as well as external security. Cabinet decisions have been prepared. We've got money available, funds for investment through special asset funds. But ladies and gentlemen, this special fund is borrowing. It's additional debt incurred And we can only have a halfway good conscience for burdening the future generations with that if we do invest that money into the future viability of our country and not into current consumption. It's going to be tough fighting for the budgets of the years 26, 27, 28. But it's going to be just as you said, Mr. Lebinger. Alone, we won't be able to do it. It can only be done in a joint economic policy, but also social policy effort. After all, we are not just faced with the challenge of improving our competitiveness on a price basis. We have to face the challenge of changing all of the mindset of our society. And that mindset needs to be going back to we do something, we trust ourselves to do something, we trust ourselves to take risks now and then. And not every economic decision or political decision will have comprehensive insurance. Yeah, mistakes may happen. In this government, we will make mistakes too. But mistakes can happen if there is an error culture, even if that's the right error culture in companies and in politics. Once there's one mistake, yes, but not repeat the same mistake. Ever. And together we have to make joint efforts when it comes to trusting ourselves. And maybe allow me to draw a parallel of something you've already addressed, but I will go into greater depth on that. Many, many years ago in this country we decided to go a different route and not do what Anglo-Saxon countries do, starting with environmental policy and going through virtually all economic areas. And we introduced what we call the precautionary principle. The United States of America, the United Kingdom have the liability principle. So you do lots of things, try things. If it goes wrong, you have liability. Here in our country, we have regulated things in such a way that virtually nothing can happen. Precautionary principle. But ladies and gentlemen, just as Peter Leibinger said it, the precautionary principle is meant that by now we have such a jungle, a whole thicket of regulation, precautions, taking care, must make sure that nothing can happen. Every single risk has to be anticipated and excluded from the very beginning. Which means that we tie our own hands, we can't act. It's an expression of not only, but also a sense of distrust that state has vis-à-vis private companies, private residents. And that is something we need to change. This is a thought, it's not just mine. It's something which we've discussed in detail during the coalition negotiations, and I was very pleased to hear that representatives of the Social Democratic Party of Germany were the ones who also talked about this. A bit less precautionary principle, more liability principle, and then a bit more freedom. We can also put it in different terms. Get away from distrust and move to trust. Trust that people, companies, entrepreneurs would in general act according to the law. Shouldn't that be what we assume when we look at the relationship between politics and business in this society? If we get to this position of trust, we have a great opportunity in what we call bureaucracy reduction. Then we can finally really tackle this and combine it with a comprehensive digitization strategy. I would like to say a word of thanks to somebody who isn't even here this morning, but who we had in the board of the CDU, who is going to be a permanent guest, and that's Carsten Windberg. That's somebody who is willing to move from a really highly paying job from the private sector, where he's willing to go into politics and put his experience for our government for digitization and government modernization. He's going to prove that modernization, digitization can be done in our country in a brief period. We are going to go that route together. And let me add, it's exactly as your president said. It's not something that politics can do on its own. We need you too. We need your help, your support. We need your expertise in the various bodies and institutions of this country so that we can move forward in the right way. And my innermost conviction tells me that, yes, we are lagging behind in many areas, but there are many areas where we can not only catch up, but there are also areas where we are leading. Even now. And I'll give you one example. Exactly 10 days ago, I met the CEO of NVIDIA, a cult figure, Jens Noah, in the social media channels. And in that chat we had in the Chancellor, he said something I really hadn't understood. He said, you Germans, you're not really good at software. Software is a chaotic system, full of mistakes and errors, never perfect. And you Germans can't do that sort of thing. And I suspect he's right. But Gigafactory, that's not software. Gigafactory, he says, that's mechanical engineering. And there's nobody in the whole world who can do that better than the Germans. With your perfectionism, you could do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, and that's brought us to the really essential point. That's one of the strong points, something we have taken over from the old industrial age into the new digitized age of software and new trades. So let's get going in Germany instead of saying, oh, we have a location for 1, 2, maybe 3 gigafactories, and we'll extend them. We use our strengths to do that. And then we will jump forward into the modern age of an industrial nation that is capable of showing what they can do, what they're capable of doing. And we don't do that on our own. We do it together with many others in the European Union who are traveling that road in the same spirit. And if we do it this way, this mood, this mindset, I'm pretty sure that what we are seeing right now will last, namely a change of mood. CEO of the Bank for Credit and Reconstruction told me in his whole career he's never seen such a change of mood in such a short time as he is now witnessing. And ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased about this. I'm personally pleased about this. But this is nothing more or less than a sparkle of hope. It's the stock exchange goes up because there is an expectation that things will get better. But it's an expectation that we need to fulfill. We mustn't disappoint that. We now have to put the right framework decision in place to show those expecting companies that we are serious about the many things that we've discussed in the coalition agreement. And if we do that, I hope that at the very latest next year we meet again for the Day of Industry and we can take stock. But it should be more than the taking stock for a first year. At least by the middle of next year, ladies and gentlemen, the most important decisions of this government must have been taken. Because what can't be decided in the first half of a parliamentary term is not something you are likely to repeat in the second half of your period in office. And so, Mr. Leibinger, I'll take you up. Let's have a close partnership, cooperation in a spirit of trust. And what I'm saying here now is exactly what I'm saying with the very same words to the German trade unions at their meetings. We are facing a big challenge. We need to work together in this society, everyone in their role, their responsibility, but with a general joint target. And let me say before I come to the end, ladies and gentlemen, this is not just something which holds true for competitiveness, jobs, success for companies. It also is something which is true in the narrow sense for defense capabilities, combat readiness also in the wider sense. I think we all agree it's worth jointly defending this freedom, this democracy, but also, when we're looking closely, it is something which has consequences for companies as well. Money isn't the main problem that we will have for our armed forces in the forthcoming years. The real problem is to find skilled people. We need to put together a reserve, probably with our current voluntary military service, we won't be able to have what we need. We will need at least elements of conscription. And ladies and gentlemen, that will affect people who are working in your companies, and you should be willing to occasionally give these people a chance to go for exercises, military exercises, because that is part of making our country capable and combat ready. The armed forces have to return to the heart of society. It was a mistake. It was a mistake, as we know now, to suspend conscription. To reintroduce it the way it once was won't be possible for all sorts of reasons, but we need to be able to build up our armed forces, and that doesn't work without your help, your support, or your willingness to give a week or two a year for people to serve in the reserve and to go for exercises. That's a basic understanding, and if we agree on that, I'm sure that we will do what you said, what one should do at a time of crisis, namely to use the opportunities that exist therein. I wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be willing to take my job if I weren't absolutely certain that in our society, in our country, we have the strength that is needed to get going, do things better, do more, work harder, be more competitive, and to face up to all the challenges of our time. And if we do that for ourselves, it's good. If we do it also with a view to our children and our grandchildren, then it's also necessary and a must. And that's a challenge we are all facing in Germany. Thank you.
Bleiben Sie bitte bei uns noch einen Moment. Ich darf Sie beide
Perhaps I could ask you both to proceed to this table. And here you go. I'd like to give you that. It's from your team. And I would like to begin by asking you a question about current events. Now, you are deliberating intensely at the moment. What's going to happen next in the Middle East? What developments do you expect, Chancellor? Well, I think it's very difficult to predict anything at the moment. We don't really know just how strong the Iranian political leadership is, and the Revolutionary Guard and the military in Iran. We don't know how strong they are. I am a bit optimistic about two things. One is that the counter-response that we've had so far from Iran is much less than we might have feared. And secondly, that those who have close ties to Iran, the proxies, for example, the Shiite militia in Iraq and Hezbollah and Hamas, that these groups have so far responded very little. It may not stay that way, and I think one of the most sensitive territorial aspects here is the Strait of Hormuz. Nearly 50% of worldwide energy trade goes through it. If it is blocked, if it is battled, if it becomes too dangerous to try and go through, then we will have an impact on our own societies that we can't imagine now. So far, the strait is open. I'm hoping there won't be any impact on that, but it's early days yet. Mr. Leibinger, what economic impact could the situation we're in now have? Are there scenarios that many of the representatives of industry who are here have to prepare for? Well, I think the Chancellor has answered this question. Really, we cannot assess from here what's going to happen. I mean, to avoid mere conjecture, I think we can say that there's likely going to have an impact on the oil price one way or another. You know, as you've already said, that could happen. And the Strait of Hormuz, for example, would massively impact and there are ripple-down effects that result. And I think what's decisive about this situation that we're in now is that we have all manner of different fires across the world, crises, hot crises, like actual wars, not just in the Middle East, but there's also a trade war between the US and China. Yes, the tariff disputes between Europe and the US is a real shame, and for some industries it's having a huge impact, and for the economy as a whole. But what's truly dramatic is the dispute between the US and China. But like I said, there are all manner of different crises that are going. I mean, I come from physics, mechanical engineering, and I think there's an exponential function happening here, namely that the increase of the number of crises happening at the same time, the risk and the uncertainty are increasing exponentially. You can't predict it anymore, and it's harder and harder to get it all under control. Now, if you were here last year, remember we were talking about access to resources again and again, a very important factor. If we're talking about the modernization of the German economy, what do you expect from the new German government in terms of a resource strategy? Does this have to be part of the national security strategy? Well, yes, it does, but I think that what I just said earlier on when I was addressing everyone, you know, there's a lot of, if you point to someone else, there's four fingers pointing back at you, you know, and we had a resource initiative that we launched at the BDI that was internal, and the discussions and coming up with options to become more resilient, that's what it was about. And I think that in cooperation with policymakers, with the German government, we need to go away and think about how the core competence of resilience that we are demanding from one another. How can we achieve this as quickly as possible? And let me just say that speed is of the essence, and not just in this, also in the things that you've referred to as well. We're just too slow in lots of different areas. And if we could combine these, and if we take this away from our day of industry and say speed and cooperation, then we will have achieved a good deal. Mr. Chancellor, if we're talking about the strategic interests of Germany and German industry, will you and your government rejig things? What sort of strategically directed interest policy do we need in terms of security policy, economy, finance? How do we have to rethink sovereignty? Well, I think the first decision's already been taken, and essentially in terms of foreign policy, we are going to be driven far more by our strategic interests, so it's an interest-driven foreign policy we're pursuing much more. We see foreign policy as foreign trade policy, among other things. We are exerting a great deal of influence on the trade decisions being made by the European Union. Just to give you one example, and I'll come back to resources in a minute, but just in terms of trade policy, this European Union is negotiating in a far too complicated manner. The Americans are just the way they are, pretty straight shooters, you know, 4 or 5 industries, and they're ready to enter into an agreement with us. Trump and Starmer in the G7 meeting recently reached this agreement and signed it between the UK and the US. We can't do that. Germany can't do that. France can't do that. We can only do it together with the EU. But 400, 500 different tariff codes and to negotiate them with the US. It's the wrong time for it. We need common decisions very quickly for 4 or 5, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, mechanical engineering, automotive, key industries, steel, aluminium. We need to have an agreement very quickly with the US here, and I think we can achieve that. I think it can be done. Macron and myself are certainly trying to do that, and Giorgia Meloni as well. We're trying to do that in Brussels. We'll try to say this at the EU summit as well. We have to be faster. We have to be simpler. We can't make everything so complicated. We don't want the best possible, but we need the most important of the essentials, and we have to do that quickly. And another thing, resource strategy, we referred to it in the G7. We agreed on it. The public didn't really notice it. They were more interested in when Trump left instead of what we actually agreed together, those who stayed. We have a common resource strategy, the G7 states. We've agreed on that. And we had, Mexico, India, South Korea, countries who were there as well and discussed these issues with us. We want to focus far more on diversification, on independence, and avoiding one-sided dependency. How much room for maneuver do you have for this? We have to be realistic. Well, when I hear that there are tendering about rare earths in Argentina that nobody in Germany knew about or got involved in, then I have to say that that has to belong to the past. We're going to be monitoring this. We're going to be looking exactly what's going on in the world. And the new Katharina Reichert, our new German economics minister, she will be focusing on this, and we're going to ensure that we're asserting our interests together with the Europeans in a G7 format. That's conceivable as well, but we'll be doing a lot independently as well. We will be much more proactive about these issues than we were in the past. One-sided dependencies must be reduced across the globe. We have to avoid this. We've paid a high price for what we did with Russian gas, and we cannot repeat that. Can you just give us a time horizon for a reduction of dependency on China about raw materials? No. It's work in progress. This will be something we have to pursue in an ongoing manner. This is true for the power sector, and Peter Leibinger referred to this quite correctly. We have to achieve sovereignty much more quickly. It'll be true with rare earths, raw materials. The demand for particular resources will change over time. Today, we cannot predict what battery technology will be the technology of the future tomorrow. So this has to be our job moving forward consistently. It's never going to be 100%. We're not going to achieve autonomy. We haven't got a great deal of resources. Mainly we have brains here, but we have to use it for smart policy. And then we're going to have to import more in the future, but that's maybe another question. Yeah, we're going to have to import other brains. We'll have to bring more brain gain, for example. Now, Mr. Leibinger, I'd like to refer to the defense capabilities of this country and the role of companies in this context. What does this mean to ensure our military is defense capable and our society too? But what does that mean for companies in Germany so that they are war-proofed? Well, there are two components. One refers to the role that we want to play as suppliers of defense technology, but the other question is how resilient are we as companies ourselves? And let me start with the second aspect. I think when it comes to cybersecurity, we've done a fair bit in companies in recent years simply because we really had a sense of the threat. And I think we're going to have to double our efforts here. Probably we are systematically underestimating the extent to which we are victims of espionage and, mines that are being set up in our software systems that can be lit later. So what we don't have enough in SMEs are clear crisis plans that cover the description of a crisis. What is a crisis? Who gets active to do what? It's not rocket science, as it were. But you have to have these crisis plans in place. You have to have lists. You have to have it in a drawer. And we're good in major companies, but not in small and medium-sized enterprises. Of course, there has to be a willingness to do this. There has to be a willingness to be a defense supplier. Many companies weren't prepared to do this, driven by public opinion to a large extent, but it also requires the skill set in our companies. We have to respond to this new business. You know, there are confidentiality agreements, secrecy, etc., and I keep saying it, but it takes 10 years until you have a completely new customer and speak their language and understand the logic of a new business. And I would imagine that it's harder to learn than a new technology. But we have to set out on this journey. The other thing is I want to say thank you to Mr. Merz. I'm glad that he committed to being there at the next TDI. So I'm going to take you at your word on that, and thank you for their offer. Yeah, you see, it's all happening.
Schon mal alles geregelt, gut. Aus gegebenem Anlass, Sie haben eben
Now,
gesagt, Herr Bundeskanzler,
you just said, Mr. Chancellor, that you're not criticizing Israel, that you don't criticize the U.S. on what they have done now. Did you receive any clear proof as to how far Iran is when it comes to making a nuclear weapon? And how far would you go when it comes to protecting Israel, Israel being the reason of state for Germany? Would German soldiers have to defend Israel? Would you send them there to fight for Israel? Let me start with the second question first. I would say for this question, there is an occasion. I understand that. There's a peg, but there's no reason to say that we are preparing for this. The Israelis don't need us. At least they don't need us now. And I would assume they won't need us in the foreseeable future. In terms of uranium enrichment in Iran and the potential attack on Israel, there's the international law question of are they allowed to do that? You know, was there an attack imminent? I think for decades now there have been announcements of attacks from Iran. And if you listen to Hamas, Hezbollah, the militia in Iraq and in many other places, they come from Iran. Iran is the terrorist regime of the world. It is an important axis of evil, as a U.S. president would have said, and said a long time ago. Yes, but it's very specific now. And there was a declaration by the Iranian government after the EAIE said that once again Iran had not stuck to the agreements to offer monitoring for uranium enrichment, that they declared that they would continue and they would go beyond the 60% level. Now, for a nuclear power plant, you don't need uranium enriched beyond 60%. Nobody. Considerably lower percentages of enrichment are sufficient. You don't need to have bunkers up to 100 meters under the earth if you are enriching uranium for peaceful purposes. So the indication that Iran is on the path to getting there, to building a nuclear weapon, has been there for some time. But there is intelligence that has reached us that Iran was in the process over last weekend to withdraw particular amounts of uranium from their storage sites and to transport them somewhere else. This seems to be part of why the Israeli government decided to begin their attack and why the U.S. government decided on the weekend to send their bunker-breaking ordnance to Iran and bomb them. I mean, you cannot dispute that Iran is planning to build a nuclear weapon. Just reading the papers will give you that information. And let me say as well that this is a regime that threatens all of us. It threatens liberty, open society and democracies across the world. And this is why, as I said in Canada last week, what I did say, and it's my firm conviction, that Israel is also doing something for us as well. I don't accept everything that is done in Israel without any criticism. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I talked about the humanitarian disaster in Gaza, and I found very clear words. But simply because I did that, I think it's right to say that this is correct. It was right to say that, but it's also right to say this.
Ganz kurz noch.
Nein, also ich hab das so bezeichnet, muss man nicht wiederholen.
The dirty work, would you use that word again? Well, they are doing something that is also in our interest, and it is right to do it in our interest as well. And perhaps you will allow me to say that in soapbox speeches about the reason of state of Germany and to talk about Israel, that's one thing. But then from Monday for the rest of the week, to say that there are consequences if Israel wants to defend its freedom and integrity as a state, that's a different thing. And I don't just hold these speeches on Sunday, but throughout the week. Thank you very much for being here. We took a bit longer than we said we would, so thank you for the time that you've been able to be here, and thank you for that exchange, and all the best.
So there would have been so many questions, and there would have been so much to talk about. But we are, of course, extremely pleased that Chancellor Merz was here, and that even at the time for questions. Yes, and there's something else which I was positively surprised by, that he talked without putting it in question that the votes in the Federal Council will happen. I assume that means he's probably come to an agreement with the Federal Council, so I think that may be something where we can expect some positive news. And I was also very clear, I mean, obviously he's strongly in favor of cooperating with business. We know that. Many will appreciate that because there was a lot of criticism. Yes, here in the live stream, there's quite a lot happening in this room at the moment. That's normal if one has a Chancellor present and he has to go to his next appointment, then the stage is being rebuilt for your panel. Yes, we're going to talk about this because we've just had the status quo analysis, which we'll do for other areas as well. But now we have to look at how do we get going. We know that Germany is in a recession. Growth is, well, so-so, and that's putting it in a positive way. But we do have capacities in Germany. We do have innovations. The question is, how do we get that, as it were, on the road? How can we move forward? And energy prices is one of the issues here. It's something we will discuss. But, of course, we have more things to discuss. Yeah, but it's also what are the new answers we expect? How can business get the momentum we need? How can we mobilize the necessary capital? How can we make Germany attractive or more attractive for foreign investment and foreign investors? What are the important technologies and how much value creation do we want to have in this country? Exactly. That's why we're going to meet quite a few more ministers in the next hours and today and tomorrow. But let's start with our panel. Enjoy the panel, and I hope you get some good answers. Thank you. And a pointer, if you want to join the discussion, we've got hashtag TDI25. You see it in big letters on the stage, so join us. So already anticipated a bit what this panel is going to be all about. Renovation by innovation. That's what we want to talk about with Ronald Busch, the CEO of Siemens, Christian Schack, Vice President, Managing Director of 3M, Volker Krug, CEO of Deloitte Germany, Christian Sewing, CEO of Deutsche Bank, and the CEO of RWE. A very warm welcome.
Wenn Sie mir den lassen, können Sie sich sonst gerne hinstellen, wo Sie möchten. Ich habe mir doch die ein oder andere Notiz gemacht während der Rede von Herrn Leibinger und natürlich auch von der Rede des Herrn Bundeskanzlers. Ich fand es sehr schön, dass Herr Leibinger gesagt hat, never let a good crisis go to waste. Und ich denke, darüber wollen wir uns jetzt auch unterhalten, weil ich glaube, wir
go to waste, and that's exactly what we're going to talk about. I think we all understand, and nobody probably wants to contradict that. It is time to act. We've heard that all the time, but I mean, it really is time. So let's start with something topical, Mr. Bush. This write-off option, isn't that something which is good news for you? Yes, in part. I think it's particularly for the mid-sized economy, which will definitely benefit from that. The issue of investment and the investment package with these billions, we always say it's necessary but not enough. The idea is to strengthen Germany as a business site and more attractive, and energy prices, one of the things, taxes another, but also the speed of decision making, as we've mentioned, reducing red tape, digitize, that's very important, and the speed with which the world is turning and the speed with which technology is developing. We see that in China and the US, it's amazing. And the speed with we have at the moment is definitely not going to be enough. We've known that for some years. I mean, basically, we're losing competitiveness every day, and we need to change it. There are a few things that are needed for that. Talents, for example, when we need to make sure we build up our own talents. All hands on deck. Everybody has to do something. These are some of the facets that the Chancellor mentioned. So I don't think it's a problem of recognizing what's needed. It's about actually implementing it. Well, if I may pick up on that. We've had a lot of demands made of politics in recent years. Now, what they're doing is pretty nice, but basically, business has to act. Yes, certainly, and Peter Leibinger has said that. We also have to ask ourselves what we can do. If I think back to the many debates we've had in smaller, larger, different rounds together with politicians, and we can say one thing we haven't done right as business is we've done too much sort of minutiae, and industry could never agree on a few really big, important issues that we could push through. And then it's not surprising that politicians say, well, what is it you want if there are so many little things? So it's necessary for us to say, what are the big things we need to make a move on? Also with a view to Europe. And I think that's what really needs to be done. And we can improve there. I think when the Chancellor talked about gigafactories, I have a question about that later. But first, Mr. Kremer, when we're talking about energy prices, there could be positive news here too, because, you know, if you have this 9 points program, if that gets passed the way it was announced, that's primarily good news, isn't it? Yes, if we're looking at the energy policy priorities of the new government, we can only say they're right. Making sure we have the supply safety we need, and having also gas again, abolishing some of the old style systems, reducing tax, and really trying to provide structural relief for companies. That all seems to be good. All is needed also in Brussels. We need to have discussions about that, and we need to finish them successfully soon so that we can invest and make our offers. But here we hear that Brussels is actually fighting back more than Ms. Reiche, the minister, expected. And so that she is threatening to fail given the same challenges as her predecessor. Well, you heard more of the murmurs than I did. Now, all I can tell you is a general trend when we're looking at politics in Europe, with a clean industry deal, but also with the many other relevant member countries. I mean, they all go in the same direction. So I'd say I look in the future with hope. So hopeful also that you can reduce energy prices, maybe this year. This year, well, we need investment. We have planning periods, which can be several years. I think the relief will come when that comes, and the taxes will be reduced to the minimum, and when money will be paid for the feed-in tariffs, then I hope that we can also expect structural relief for energy-intensive industries. So there's a lot of hope in what you say. Let's hope the hope will become concrete. Mr. Saving, more investments, that's definitely something you as a banker are involved in. But equally, I must say that it's a question of the degree of hope which we have. I mean, do you notice, are you beginning to notice that more investment is coming in, that more companies seek to borrow? What we've heard at the end of the previous government, people were clearly keeping back their investments. Do you notice that they're doing more? Well, we definitely notice a mood change and people start talking again. In the last 2-3 years, there was basically stagnation when it came to investment demand, particularly investment in Germany. It's very interesting when we're looking at the borrowing in our bank, it didn't go up. And when you're looking at the credit book and the parts of it, then the loans taken out by German companies for their investments have gone down in Germany. They moved these German loans abroad to invest in other countries. And now we notice that this is beginning to change. Obviously, it would be over the top to say in the last 2-3 weeks we've seen that credits are suddenly mushrooming, but the mood is changing. That's positive. Which is why, and I listened to the speeches a moment ago, that on July 11 they make a decision. You cannot imagine the signal that will emanate from this, because that really is important. A discussion needs to end in a decision. That was point one. Point two is we talk too little about the savings rate of German retail customers. The savings rate is almost as high as it was during COVID times. So it's not just companies that feel uncertainty, it's also consumers. And Germany has a high savings rate anyway. I mean, you compare that to the savings rate in the US. You see in Germany where we're way above that. So we need to get back to a normal standard so that people have a mindset to consume. That will also help. And the third point we see is huge interest of investors from abroad in Germany. I visited Qatar, Abu Dhabi and Saudi Arabia last week, and there is an interest, there is a demand for what Europe and Germany are doing, and that interest is very high. But we have to be cautious here. We're not talking people who will invest in the next 2 days, but they are watching what is happening in the world. And they themselves want to change the way they diversify their own investments. And if on 11 July we can make things happen when it comes to energy prices and taxes, then we will see more and more investors from abroad willing to invest in Germany. So generally speaking, I'm in a positive mood. But we need to get 2-3 things sort of cut and dried before the summer recess, and then it'll work. Very concrete, 2-3 things. I think you talk about the budget package. Yes, I think it's the budget package, a clear investment plan, taxes. That is enormously important. And I think that the third point, when we're talking about the mid-sized business, then we're talking energy prices. And last but not least, please reduce red tape. It's impossible to think how long it takes to get approval for various things in Germany. If we can tackle those 4, then we've done a lot. Meshach, when you're looking at Germany from your point of view, and when you're looking at the attractiveness of investment, would you say you're sufficiently optimistic to say, yeah, you can imagine? Oh, there is enough optimism, and there is a basis as well. That's very much what came out from the speech last year. We should think a bit more positively, more optimistically, because we do still have a lot in Germany. I mean, we are 3M, that's an American company, but our corporate HQ is still investing in Germany. We have our largest European lab near Düsseldorf in Neuss. When we're looking at the hydrogen economy coming, we're looking at infrastructure projects which are already in the pipeline. And people are aware of the fact that in Germany, we have the great mechanical engineers, and there are many decision centers in Germany. We also have a strong research culture. I mean, we always focus on all the things where we say, we're lagging behind, but there's still quite a lot there. But sadly, I also agree, something which our American colleagues always asking is, why is it taking so long? I thought we got agreement to invest in this new plant. What about this due diligence supply chain act? Without going into too much details, there are quite a few issues where We say, let us do things together. We have people who are experts in our company, and they're saying the Energy Efficiency Act. What is sensible, what is just a pain. So we want to have everything double locked and triple locked, as it were. That's the precaution going too far. We want to make sure, majority of companies, we want the right thing, and we want to do it right. We want to do it correctly. Yeah, okay, there are black sheep who use the loopholes, but generally we need more freedom. Freedom, mobility, entrepreneurship. That's the strength that 3M can look back on 120 years of innovation that exists because our people have the freedom to be innovative, and that's what we need in Germany. Well, let's see, the great desire for safety, that is also almost a raison d'etat in Germany. There's a bit of a status quo bias, which Germany is assumed to have. Do companies have the power to do things? I mean, to say, yeah, we have trust, people are willing to embrace risk, enough at least to say that, yeah, let's do it ourselves without somebody pushing us. Well, first of all, stability as such is nothing wrong. And stability also attracts investors because we still have a bit of stability here. The willingness to shape the present is very important. Mr. Leibinger said that we have engineering capabilities in this country, and we need to transfer that into digitization or marry it to digitalization and combine digital and physical services and products. That's the core of what is needed. And I go back to investment here. We see in the M&A market, for example, that American companies are buying in industrial manufacturing skills, which we still have and they lack. That's also part of the truth. It's also cheap at the moment in Germany, isn't it? I mean, M&E in Germany is pretty cheap. That's why they're buying in. I don't know whether it's that cheap. It's a question of negotiation, of course. But we certainly see, in absolute terms, there is an increased demand of investment and companies willing to buy German companies. Yeah, but go back to Mr. Sevinger, who talks about regulations, and I don't think there's a single panel where we're not talking about, too much regulation. We've been discussing that for 3 years. But equally, I know many voices from within companies who say, many of our people are very happy to hide behind regulations. So how can you manage within your companies to stop people from hiding behind regulations? Mr. Seving, you're happy to. Please. Well, I think it's something which also came out in the Chancellor's speech. We need a different mindset, the willingness to embrace risks and to start getting into an era culture where mistakes can be made. We see that when we're looking at the banking industry. We weren't well regulated in 2008, which is why things that shouldn't have happened did. And this is why it was correct to have strengthened regulation. Only typical, we got a sort of swing of the pendulum going into the extreme other direction. So with stability, solidity, profitability of European banks, we also need to say it's not just stability which we need, but we also need competitiveness. And if we manage to get those two in a better balance, we'll have achieved quite a bit. And then I think as corporate culture, we need to give the freedom to make decisions. I think we're ready to do this. I'm sure we have to learn a bit about it too. But if we manage with the regulator, with bureaucracy to achieve a new balance, we'll have great opportunities. If I may add to that, we've had a president who always said, hire the people, then leave them alone. And that is still what we practice and which makes us strong. And that makes other companies strong. We still have the skilled labor. We have the people who know how things go. And then we should give them the freedom to do. We have a 15% culture where everyone can look at creativity, and we have a lot of collaboration within our company. And there is an error culture. Yeah, you can make mistakes. Yeah, make mistakes. Make it quick, but then sort it it out afterwards. And what we're doing in our companies needs to be carried into regulation, that we have this idea that, colleagues want to hide behind rules and regulations. No, they rather tell me, you're taking so much time away that I can't concentrate on what I really want to do. I think to get the regulation genie back in the bottle isn't all that easy. I mean, we got circulars. They call it laws in business, but it needs a lot of courage, a sort of just go and do it attitude. And maybe this is also what I tell my people to do. When in doubt, when we've taken too much back, we can add something again. But my worry is always that we make what is, I think, the biggest mistake. We start talking about EU regulations, and then we start saying, taking out the scissors and cutting out a few lines from a law. That's not how it works. I think we need to take not the scissors but more the axe. I mean, say, go back to what we had before, sort it, make it work, and then implement things in a more common sense way. Why am I saying that? If we start just crossing out this and that, it'll take 5 years and won't work. Do you trust Mr. Verberg, who's come from business, that he can do it? Yeah. Yes. I mean, we do all we can do to help him. Of course, I am aware that Ministry for Digitalization and Modernization has a hard job. I mean, he needs a lot of support because he will have to intervene in the affairs of other ministries, and it needs a lot of strength and power to make that work. But it's a great opportunity for us in this government, but I can certainly say it won't be easy. I think the first test will happen when he feels the strength of federalism, because many things that happen at different levels, and then maybe, hopefully, that can be done all the same. And I hope that our federal setup will understand that if every single local authority in Germany starts digitizing with their own tools, it won't work, it cannot work. Maybe we will learn that too.
Bitte.
But theoretically, we could have understood that earlier. Yeah, we've known our federal system for a long time. Yeah, but that's really the problem. It's not a problem of recognizing where the crux is. It's a problem of implementation. I can only encourage the Chancellor and the government to say, be courageous, be bold, take steps which may not be mainstream, but make sure we move. And I think most things will be more or less right. I mean, yeah, we do know what's wrong, but we need to get into acting, doing. And let's hope that July 11 will really be a strong signal. And then also to see that when the Chancellor said what he hasn't achieved by half-time won't be achieved, and we agree with that and we support him. I think we see that very clearly. I mean, you say new responses, new times, new responses. I'm not sure whether we'll provide many new responses, but it's getting into acting, and then the signal, I mean, the tax relief, the special asset, all of that is going to provide more motivation for companies and hopefully provide a bit of an impetus for change. And as we've heard said, that sometimes what is simple and fast is good. It doesn't have to be perfect, especially when we're talking about digitization. I mean, all the AI-related issues, it's not doing it all right, and everybody has to be AI fluent and so on. But of course, I think all of you, and you two in particular, are very much, when we're looking at Capital Market Union or industry electricity price, we're all dependent on the European Union. And they've also got a new ruling body, a new commission. But the question is, do you think we will see significant change with a relevant speed?
Well, I think so. I mean, not because today is Day of Industry Optimism, but I think we do know how speed is so important. I mean, we can talk about AI as long as we like. Do we have enough power for that? But it's not going to not work for that reason. Maybe we're going to have 2 or 3 gigafactories. The question is, where are they going to be built first? because that's where the clusters for industry can develop. And of course, there's competition within the EU as well. And that's why what it's got to be about in Germany is that we make progress quickly. Unfortunately, we're trying to overcome it, of course. If we who deliver the power, we are one of the bottlenecks, and we have to overcome it. And we're pleased there's a digital ministry in Germany now, because we have one contact person there who can say what has to happen to ensure that the grid infrastructure and the power supply is not a bottleneck anymore. Whereas before, we would have had to have gone to 4 or 5 ministries. And I think when we speak in a year, and this place, again, I think we will have made some real progress here. All the same, I was a little bit concerned that in France there's a moratorium on that rejects renewable energies. I mean, hopefully it's not going to be approved, but all the same, there was approval. I'm not sure what that's about. Maybe the cat's away, the mice will play. I don't know, but what does that say about working in governments in the EU? But there is a sort of backlash. I mean, we can see that ArcelorMittal and the hydrogen industry, what's happening there's a decline. So whenever we do anything quick, there seems to be a backlash. Well, when it comes to the power supply, I think we have to take on board that we have to tweak our transformation aims. For over a decade, decarbonization was our only priority, and now we live in a world where all of the questions of affordable energy are increasingly more important, and supply security, because we're facing political challenges. So we have to tweak the programs, you know what I mean, and the priorities that I've just referred to, that the German government has set itself in terms of energy policy. And we're going to have to talk about how fast this transformation can happen, because speed will define the cost to a large extent. And that's the debate that we're hearing now. I mean, it's full underway, and it's the right debate, because we have to work out what our targets are. There isn't a trumping of one target over another. Just to add another question, like if there ends up being the Horber Strait being stopped because of this current conflict, are we going to have an energy price problem? Will this set us back years? I mean, I think the German Chancellor referred to it as well when you're saying that the Strait of Hormuz is one that is incredibly important for world energy trade. It is dangerous if Iran becomes active there. But I think since everybody knows it, we would say that even if something's going to happen, and we said this decades ago as well, during the Iran-Iraq war, when we saw it there, where they mined parts of it, it's very short term, and that very quickly we can clear the mines, sort the problems out, coordinate our activities, so that yes, there's a risk there, but I think everybody's well aware of it, and our assessment is not that it'll be a long-term risk. So you mean beyond this year? Well, I think it's a matter of weeks or months if it happens. Now, Mr. Saving, you've got your finger on the pulse of our industry because the money flows through your institution. I mean, well, it is. Well, it's nice if some of the money sticks. We don't want it all to keep flowing out. Follow the money, and the money lies with you, right? So. But anyway, we often talk about the fact that we've got zero growth or minimum growth, and we wanted to talk about optimism. Do you share this optimism? Do you believe that the demand that you are seeing here is going to generate economic growth? I do. Very, very clearly, yes. It's like 5 months ago that some of us were in Davos, and what we took away from Davos was, US will win everything and Europe remains uninvestable. This is one of the things that was a conclusion that I took away from Davos. It's 5 months later now, and what we're seeing is that there's a rethinking. I think that the US economy will continue to grow. I mean, they have a huge technological advance, and the demographics as well. The bureaucracy is very different over there. But we saw in Davos as well that there were a lot of people there who said Europe has a macro problem, but it doesn't have a micro problem. Great companies, lots of expertise in AI as well. If I think of Siemens, I mean, the industrial AI applications in Europe are at least where others are, if not in a leadership position. That sounds good. If we could manage to go in the right direction in terms of macro, and once again to have the stability and the distribution of money from America to other regions, then we have a huge opportunity for Europe. And of course, we need that huge opportunity, because I do think that last year led to a rethinking in EU. I mean, I see it with myself that there is a rethinking there. You know, the Draghi report helped. It also said, though, we need 800 billion euros that we have to invest if we are to remain competitive. 800 billion has to be financed. We need these investors. If you look at our own capital market, and now, as per today, we're seeing a change, but the German savers are investing 500 billion in the US, right? That is the new special assets fund for infrastructure that we set up here. So that's the kind of opportunities that we have here. If we get our own capital market union going here, if we change our pension system, then we have a real opportunity to have investment happen here. Because in micro terms in Germany, they believe in the micro of Germany. And so I'm positive. And what do you think? What do you think specifically needs to happen? What does the German government have to do? What's the next step? I mean, we talked about, investment and incentives, the savings problem. How do we solve that? If we talked about energy, we talked about taxation. Everybody's, got their own point. I think German business has to focus on a few, 2 or 3 top things, and the others say, okay, I'm not going to get everything I want, but we have to work together with the German government to get what we can. And my last suggestion to the German government would be, we did it in Deutsche Bank as well in 2019. If you set yourself a target, it has to be in everything you do. Does this decision help Germany to grow and be profitable? Prosperity. And if so, then let's go through that. Maybe I could just ask another question, because we just heard that round of applause for you. The German Chancellor said, the NVIDIA boss that you were working with said to you that we can't do software. Well, I think he misunderstood what he said. I know this. I talk with him often. And there's a reason why he wants to build the industrial metaverse. 15 billion has been invested in our software portfolio. It's now 25 billion now. And if you have a digital twin of a manufacturing company or wherever you want, you can find it in Siemens. We're number 1 in the world, and he knows that. And he also knows that this is the, it's the manufacturing industry, etc. And we are trying to create the industrial metaverse, a digital twin, real-time of the real world that you can optimize in the digital world. And we're tackling this together. And of course, that's an awful lot of data here. And he said it in Paris as well, head of NVIDIA, that Europe is the core country where you can find the data, the domain expertise, and to connect this with AI, with digitization, with digital twinning. We are ideally positioned for this. And he's also thinking as well, this has to do with the fact that he has to compensate for China. And on the other hand, once these data centers are created, then you go to the edge and the shop floor, and that's us, German industries, SMEs. It's a huge opportunity, but we have to take the opportunity. Now, Mr. Merz, though, was also saying that if we can't do software, we can do gigafactories. Now, there's a big call for tender from the EU that wants to support gigafactories. Our information suggests that Siemens was originally in the consortium and wanted to do it, but is now out of that because this consortium has fallen apart. God, the papers print so much, don't they? Not true? Well, first of all, we have to differentiate between a data center and an AI factory. AI factories are essentially chip-to-use, and then in a data center you have storage, CPUs and GPUs. But if Jensen is talking about an AI factory, he's talking about a factory with hundreds of thousands of CPUs or a huge range. So first we have to talk about AI factories. Now these factories, they run with GPUs, so they need a load that is made for GPUs, and that's AI. So if you have tens of thousands, if you have a big model, but there's no German company that has a large language module. The nearest ones would be in France. So what we have to do is look at inferencing. How can we train algorithms up? We're working on an industrial foundation model, but with support of the EU or without? Well, to be honest, I mean, we're happy to get funding from anywhere, but at the moment, it's not really about money so much. You know, when you were in UAI, for example, I think the willingness to invest is there, but what they need is energy and grid connection and space. These things get quite big, and you need a load. So if you have 2, 3, 5 billion in there, these GPUs have to work, because after 4 or 5 years they have to have paid themselves off. And what we have to look at is whether we'll get enough capacity load on a computer center like this. So we have to bundle these things and not get fragmentized. It's good to start with one big one to begin with. And, you know, we have to work together on this and speak with a concerted approach. And do you think you'll be able to speak with one voice in a concerted manner? At the moment, doesn't seem like it. There are various schools of thought, as it were. But the good news is one of these projects is going to happen. Now, we just heard, Mr. Krug, that this can be a USP for Germany, industry, Germany. It's a thing, we're good at it, and it's very important and all the rest of it. But now we have to say that the cooperation within industry in terms of data sharing, which could really help a lot, is not where it could be at the moment. I mean, how can we work together more strongly in industry to get the speed going that we need? Well, before we go into industry, let's start in our own companies, because I think there we still see the data management silos that are still very present. Deloitte is no different. It's the same with Siemens, no doubt. Data is still something cumbersome, something difficult, not least in terms of the regulatory side of the equation. We struggle with it. We don't really understand the value that's in there. So I'd say let's start by putting our own companies in order, and then industry will open up more. And we need a more business-friendlier way of looking at data from the side of government policy would really get things off the ground. Well, we're talking about speed. How can we get this going fast, Mr. Krug? Do it. Just do it. Just start somewhere. I mean, there's, you know, if you don't start, it's going to take even longer. So I couldn't tell you when, but start now. I think I'm speaking for the supplier industry as well, or the supply chain. I mean, from mechanical engineering all the way to the suppliers. I think you just have to be open to it and say, do it. You know, what could go wrong? Because if you don't do it, there will be problems. AI technology, get it in all processes. That's happening at an incredible speed in the US. The digitization there, the digital natives who grew up with this data, they don't even ask these questions anymore. So I think we just have to flip the switch and do it. Take the first steps, and then we'll see really it doesn't hurt, nothing goes wrong, and you increase your competitiveness. What would you say? Well, I would say automation is something that occurs to me. We are a geoscience company. What do we have to do with automation? We've seen, you know, materials can can be replaced by robots. So better to start with working together with the robot manufacturers and system integration to look at all the materials that we use. How can we make it compatible with robots? We've got the knowledge, we've got the data and the facts, and we can tell the robot manufacturers how, for example, do you polish automotive, whatever it is. I mean, it's about a decade now that we've been working very closely together, and fostering this is important. And Germany is strong in all these areas. In our research landscape, you know, we work together very closely together with major clients who are there. And yes, we share data and develop things together and get them going. So what are the lessons you've learned from this process? How can you flip the switch? How can you ensure that this trust is there? We said trust was a big issue all along. How do you get that trust? Well, if I think of the video, it's this personal cooperation that's so important. And I think we have to be aware of the fact that we're based closely here in Europe, whether it's Germany, close with our customers. You know, there's a personal connection that's very important, and that's something that builds trust. And of course, we have confidentiality agreements, but this personal trust, being able to rely on each other, is crucial. And we're in a European environment here where we have comparable values and comparable rules and regulations as well. And I think things can be very simple. And this is a strength we should focus on more. Maybe there's another concept I'd like to say. I would say we have to pull down our own data silos, because there's no point saying I'll share data, but I don't have the data available as a company. Are you all working on this? Can I say that? We're definitely working on it. Massively. So that's one thing, and it's happening on all levels. But the other thing is digitization is an issue that has to be dictated from the top. CEO, CFO, they have to want it and make it happen. I believe you. I'm sure that's true. And there's enough C-level people here and joining us online, if they're not in the hall, who understand this message. I mean, it's not a new message in some ways, but it is important doing it, and hopefully successfully. So we're running out of time, so let me just say thank you very much. 11th of July, we can talk to one another afterwards and see whether this optimism has increased after that decision. We very much hope so. But first of all, thank you very much, and see you next year.
Wir gehen in eine Pause.
Break time now, and you can see behind me there's a fair bit you can hear. There's an expert session in the break on climate risk. That's outside. If it isn't raining, that'll be under the temporary roof we've got there. And then Latin America, if you're interested in that area, that's in the water tower. And there's an expert session on supply chains on the community stage next door. So enjoy yourself.
Check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Herzlich willkommen zurück. Ich hoffe, Sie haben...
And a warm welcome back. I hope you were able to use the break to get a lot of networking done, to follow our focus sessions where there are lots of issues, because there are so many things. We can't discuss it all on this main stage. We will now continue by looking at Germany in global comparison with others. But above all, we want to see what are the strong points and the weak points of Germany as a business location. And to that end, we're going to have a discussion which I hope will give us a lot of input. And I certainly thought some of the ideas here were very new, so I'm looking forward to discussing these matters. And we will talk to Ulrike Malmendi, who is an economic expert advising the government, and Peter Leibinger.
Wir haben das letzte Panel mit
the last panel. We tried to start with a bit of optimism on Germany as a business location, and we said, well, we've put things in motion so that maybe it's going in the right direction, even though, as we've read from the expert council, that maybe it's not all that optimistic. But first of all, I would like to ask you, tell me something positive about Germany. Well, I'd say, especially when you're just coming from the US, it's not that difficult to say something good about Germany. But I'm very happy to hear that there is optimism here, because usually when we are asking questions about, in the US they ask about new policy, and that's not so good. But I always like turning things around, and I ask myself, well, in the 3 years I've been in the Expert Advisory Council, whenever I ask companies, why don't you invest more in Germany than standard things, lack of skilled labor, energy is expensive, and then they always say economic political uncertainty. And now Germany is in a situation where the US president is creating so much uncertainty in economic policy, which obviously isn't a good thing, but I think it can well be an opportunity for us, because we might be the new sort of haven of economic political certainty, a country where there is rule of law, you can rely on things, there are agreements and contracts, and all of that is complied with. And hopefully the new government will manage to provide guidelines which will give the sort of direction which allows investment. And at the same time, it's a country where borrowing isn't completely out of line, and is a bit of a capital market working. So I think we need to look at this reverse side of the medal. That could be a great opportunity for Germany. I agree with you. And when it comes to government borrowing, I think Mr. Klingbeil, the Minister of Finance, when we read some of the things he published today, maybe there will be something else, but I'm sure he's going to tell us something about that himself later. What do you think? What is your favorite USP when you talk about Germany? Europe is my USP when it comes to speaking of Germany. And I would like, with a brief sort of declaration of love for Europe. I lived in the US for quite some time, and I love America myself, but I cannot imagine a place which is more worth living than Europe. And obviously that's not just for a holiday country, but just to live and work there. And you've already said it, Ms. Malmendi. It's almost an undeserved present that history has given us right now, that we are the last significant economic area in the world which is both free and provides legal certainty. Now, you can say both about the US, but when we talk about legal certainty, there are two aspects, the actual and the perceived sense of legal certainty. And when it comes to the latter, in the US, it's not that good anymore at the moment. And then we have a problem. We have typical, we come to Germany, there's a problem, but we don't have that much time. That's the problem. If you want to be really brutally honest, there are only 2 years which we have to turn things around in Brussels. Because I think if we spend too long continuing with business as usual, then Brussels is indirectly abolish itself, because elections will be lost in the member countries, by which I mean countries will all move to the far right, and that will be a loss of legal certainty. If Hungary is the only country that doesn't sort of play ball, then it doesn't really matter that much. But if 3-5 big countries like the Netherlands, Italy, France, Germany, if these countries can't really keep to the rules anymore, then the whole of the EU has failed. And that can happen very quickly. And then the idea of the single market with a big market outside of our own doors. But I would like to go back now, and I'll get back to the single market in a moment, but let's talk about legal certainty for the time being. We've been complaining about excessive regulation so much. They will say, it goes beyond anything, it's excessive, it's far too much. The pendulum has gone too far to the left or to the right or whatever, but too far. But all the same, it was regulation which created the legal certainty which we now consider to be so good. It's positive, isn't it? Well, a pendulum can go both ways. In the US, I suddenly experienced what happened if it goes in the other direction. If you have a sort of radical approach where the institutions which a country really needs are demolished to an extent that experts, and I've had a big conference in Berkeley a moment ago, who told me that even if there is a change of government post-Trump, the next 8, maybe 12 years, will be needed to repair that damage. So extremes go both ways. But I think a reliable bureaucracy can exist without being excessive. And we need to have, yes, legal certainty, but we also need to consider what are the ideas we need to cope with bureaucracy. And I hope that all the people here can help, because we need more impetus coming from business, more practical ideas how to deal with bureaucracy, not to find a rule which affects 4 companies and say, we abolish this, and say, great, we've reduced red tape. No. What can we do? What are the practical things? What are the things we can do to really get companies to be risk-friendly and fail and then do it again? And we have that with the LNG terminals. We've seen that we can do it. That sort of thing, this momentum, that's what we need to continue. That would matter a lot. Well, I'm always complaining a lot. Well, in your speech, you complained about regulation mainly. I'd like to give you 3 brief examples, very different, that you all know them. Talk about fire protection, data protection, and the Supply Chain Due Diligence Act. Let's start with the data protection regulation. That is a regulation which really paralyzes companies, and there are all sorts of representative surveys which make that very clear. And it means paralysis in the sense that there are certain things which are just not done anymore. Because here we have a combination from a particular regulation which completely bypasses reality and which has a sanction mechanism which actually means that companies don't do things at all. Second example, the Supply Chain Due Diligence Act, we all know that. It's simply a lot of effort without discernible benefit for the person who has to take that effort. And then fire protection, the other matter. Here we are going for infinite rules and more regulations and approval processes, because if you convert a business to a different purpose, and I've said that, we had a room which has been in this company since 1997, which we kept renovating. We've renovated it only recently, but with new fire protection rules, which only came into force recently, now we have to say it's a new purpose for this building. We need to to reapply for the same building just for renovating one room, which we've renovated for 10 years. And the result was there were 9 months during which you couldn't use the building at all. So 3 very different examples. And I could give you lots of very long lists with lots more content, but the result is that in total, these things have 3 aspects. One, we get slow fire protection. Second, we are really tying capacity down with the Supply Chain Due Diligence Acts. And thirdly, we are creating an attitude which is risk-averse, even in companies. If I have a head of development and he or she spends 30% of her time doing just defensive work, then it will change the thinking. And this is the point we've reached.
Danke. Und ich glaube, dass deswegen dieses, was auch der Bundeskanzler heute sagte,
that goes back to what the Chancellor said this morning. I called it change of mindset in a slightly different context. I can't remember his exact word. The change thinking, cultural change, I think is what he said. That is something we need, is absolutely right. And of course, we also have to look at what we have to do, because in our companies, we also have to be active and say, people take more risks, and then we have to protect the people who take the risks. And error culture is a two-way street. There's one person who makes the mistake, but there has to be also, we need to consider the person who suffers from that mistake. And both sides need to change. Certainly, that is so. But in companies, and this is something we need to discuss in general terms, but, you know, we talked about legal certainty, then regulation, bureaucracy, it's a different thing. The bureaucratic system in Germany is supposed to be sort of broken up in something which we don't have in Germany, but we certainly need change, right? Yes, in order to stay with the pendulum, we need to go to the other extreme. It's worth checking things out in a controlled space, regulatory sandbox, for example. Let's say there is an approval process which takes 6 steps and takes 18 months. Maybe you could look at companies and take feedback and say steps 2, 3, and 5 aren't really necessary. So we say, right, we skip 2, 3, and 5 and see what happens. Doesn't mean that the result will be perfect. It's exactly what you said. Mistakes will be made. And we'll have to say, okay, we'll correct. Doesn't mean you're a bad guy and don't do anything. But we need to have some sort of incentive system in the companies, the way you talked about it, but also within the companies. We need to get this sort of incentive in, maybe a reward system for somebody who does things faster, but also we need to be willing to say we're doing a controlled experiment. After 6 months, 12 months, whatever, we look at it and then we'll see. Maybe we will go back to step 5, but step 3, we chuck it. So a bit of trying things out in a controlled room with a willingness to correct, I think that's good and that's feasible too.
So what that means is that on a municipal level, a region level, public servants could be incentivized. Does that system possible? Would there be risks? Well, we saw it with the LNG, didn't we? I mean, Chancellor Scholz then always talked about the speed in Germany, and it was possible there. The difficulties were clear when it was implemented, and then there were, you know, questions and hesitancies, but then the danger was that we would be without any energy, so they pulled all the stops out and did it. Well, why can't we do that on a smaller scale? You know, for example, in our
regulatory sandboxes wie im UK.
Final report, for example, we looked at what we could do in terms of financial supervisory agency. I mean, in the UK, for example, it's done very difficultly with money laundering or whatever. Yeah, of course, money laundering is a different issue. We do things differently here. But I'm going on to Mr. Leibinger. What do you think? Do we need to think bigger here? Well, I do think there are situations where it's not sufficient. Like, just take an example from Mr. Meyer from DHL, for example. They have procurement at a level of, you know, they've got 600 employees, and the volume is like the German Armed Forces, the Bundeswehr, maybe 50% more, even in terms of their procurement volume. And the agency responsible for the Bundeswehr equipment has, you know, twice as many people. You could say it's not complicated, but DHL has got global procurement. That is different than the German armed forces. I think if you've got an organization that's 20 to 40 times worse in their performance than they could be, I mean, if DHL procurement is the benchmark, I don't think you're going to get it reformed so easily. And I could imagine that we could have a sort of socially acceptable Doge equivalent where we would have bad banks. We'll say they're Koblenz, have a planning officer, and have new procurement for the German armed forces and build it up there. And then the Koblenz agency can continue to work for a while until the last ones retire. And they're going to do things that won't create any damage. I know this is a bit of a polemic approach here. I hope you'll forgive me here, but I think there are structures that are just obsolete and you're not going to be able to reform them. This is an experience that many entrepreneurs have as well in terms of innovation processes in my company as well. I've noticed that. Did you want to add something? No, I just wanted to ask how in this smaller office you're going to get all the employees in there who have the entrepreneurial spirit that's necessary. I mean, don't you have to change the incentivation structure? Well, probably you would need to do that. I'm not sure whether in our public servant system it could be done like that, but I could imagine. I mean, honestly, it's my firm conviction here that most people in regulatory offices are not lazy. They are not stupid. And that they suffer most under the conditions there. And I think if we were to say we're going to set up something new and you can apply for it, I think we would gain a lot of people who would like to do that. Of course, there are lots of people who are afraid of this. And, we would have to offer them a German approach to this. And you have to say that there's also a trend for younger people in Germany who want to go into public administration because of the level of security there. But the question is, even if we say this is a good idea, I mean, there are examples from companies who've said, they're going to do it the same way. But will Mr. Wildberger manage to get this asserted? Well, we can ask him tomorrow afternoon because he's going to be here. I'll certainly ask him. I don't know how realistic it is. But I do know that discussions of this kind open people's minds. They change the way they think. And that's our duty, first and foremost. Not to say, there's a taboo at the start of that thought and think, oh, I mustn't think that. No, but to really discuss things with an open mind and then look at reality and then find a different solution than you would have found if you hadn't been open to it from the start. You really were in America for a long time, right? But we wanted to talk about something else. I'm just looking that we're running out of time because I'm sure there's loads of things we could talk about at length. You were saying that you love Europe. The thing you love most about Germany is Europe, the European single market, for example. You've said a lot about it. And we've been talking about it for a long time, that Brussels doesn't work the way it should. You're going to be in Brussels, you're giving Brussels 2 years. Is that a long time? What do you think? Well, perhaps I can say that the problems that we're talking about now are ones that we were talking about 10 or 20 years ago, and it was always the same. Again, you're concluding the single market, make investment easier across borders. And we've all said, yes, I'm sure that would be good for economic growth, good for the German companies, European companies. But in detail, we actually want to do everything the way we do it in our country so that we understand that we should be able to put more venture capital funds and have them assets be able to cross nation-state borders and all this, and that we'd need a different bankruptcy law and all of this. But if we're going to do it, we have to do our insolvency regulations because it's the best one and the nicest one again and again. When it goes into putting it into practice, it's difficult, and our own country is part of the problem as well. Obviously, the predecessor governments. But my hope is that we have really gone past the pain point, that we have to ask ourselves if we want to play a role in the global economy or if we're just going to be a ball passed back and forth between the US and China. And if we do really want to be a proper player in global trade, then no country can manage it on their own, and Germany is included here. We need to have an overarching market that's connected, a true European single market without frictions, without uncertainties, where we can really grow. And we don't have that yet. We say we have a single market, but if you actually look at what companies who want to invest in different EU countries in terms of the additional obstacles, so that even if they conform with EU regulations, there's still national planning permission for their construction materials, for their personnel, for their support at universities, etc. They have to get all of this. The additional costs, time and effort involved in that transpires that the whole thing is still very expensive if you want to invest across borders. Services as well. We've heard that, 45% indirect, customs and tariffs that you're paying, they're still there. And this is tragic. And in this crisis situation, if we don't manage it now to move on, then I wouldn't give Brussels more than a couple of years either. But we all have to get involved. It's an opportunity to, and we have to bang on about it to our politicians and tell Ms. van der Leyen that it's not enough. We've understood terrible 10. Okay, we'll approach them. We'll look at our terrible 10s in the EU Commission. And maybe there are 3 or 4 good specific points, labeling, waste regulations, in other words, high-level meetings, and we'll talk about that. That's not it. We have to work out what are the biggest bang for the buck, what can most companies profit from in the European single market, because we can rely on this. Now, apart from the specific implementation, you once said in an interview that the biggest problem of our time is the present bias.
And present bias,
a present bias, it's something that you read about. We're just continuing based on what's happening now. Yeah, I talked about this in terms of debt financing. I don't know if I said present bias was the biggest problem. Certainly one of the biggest problems, I think. I've done some research on it. And we're not going to be able to shed it. Where does present bias come from in policy making? It's because problems that you don't solve, that don't impact on your chances to be re-elected, just don't get tackled. For example, the pension system. If there's one problem where it's absolutely clear that the current pay-as-you-go pension system cannot work based on an aging population, then it's the pension system. But one government after another just passes the buck. How can we overcome it? By stepping up the pressure, by saying that you are not going to be re-elected unless something changes. So it's down to us. I mean, I am a member of the German Economic Council of Experts. We advise the German government. But, I think part of my job is the true terrible 10. Hopefully you'll help me in this. And then talk to the German government, the EU, Ms. von der Leyen, and step up the pressure. I won't manage it alone, but we have to use this opportunity that the crisis offers us. Mr. Leibinger. Now, you've got the position that you could do this. You can talk to Mr. Chancellor, although everybody's looking at you as well. But how can you step up the pressure? Well, I would say that in Germany we are on the right path here. The reason I just sighed, I've been in Berlin for 6 months now. And I think it's extremely interesting to see how highly ritualized so much is, how codified the language is, and how many taboos are in place as well. And these 3 aspects, the rituals, the coded language and the taboos lead to effective communication becoming extremely difficult. I would say that we, as industry, need to dare to break taboos. And I think it's particularly necessary to do this in Brussels. We have a systemic problem in Brussels. In Brussels, pain is generated but it is felt in the member states. And we feel it particularly in national elections. And we have to take this pain back to Brussels. That's our job. And we have to do it with these three terms. We cannot stick to the taboos. We have to ignore the rituals. And we have to speak decodified language, because the codes in Brussels are even worse than here in terms of language, and we have to ignore these codes.
Ich hatte da neulich, es ein bisschen mit Farbe
just to flesh it out a little bit, I had an interesting experience not long ago. Ms. Duna was there as well. We had a little bit of a conversation with the Commissioner for Energy of the EU, and I was in favor of not committing to any particular technological option, being neutral. And they said, oh, that's not good, because if you're neutral in terms of technology, then you're for nuclear power. And in France, and that can no longer be something that other EU members will be able to connect to. And if you agree to codes like this, you've lost before you even start. In the sense, if you're hoping to try and achieve any change, it's not going to work. We have to ignore that, and we have to say, no, that's not what I meant. And when I say open to all technological solutions, then that is what I mean. I mean, obviously, one person can't do it on their own, I know that, but I think we do have the strength to do that. And certainly that's my hope. But we have to say as well that the mood in Europe is different than in Germany. You know, you think that the EU can grow better than Germany can. At least that's what what these reports are suggesting. The present bias, the question of change, is that a German problem we're talking about here? Well, if I said that I think the EU has more opportunities than Germany, then I meant something simpler than that. You know, my question is why, as a strong traditional industry nation, why haven't we grown for 5 months? You know, like 0 point something. The US has grown, you know, hugely. But the bitter fact is that any technology, any industry, and if you've ever heard growth theory, you know that at some point you're going to plateau in your growth unless you have technological change and transformation and progress. And since we were very good in many technologies, automotive and combustion engines, well, it's often the case that you're the last one to notice that you plateau and then you go to the next one. So this is something that economists will talk about. But the other reason is that in Germany, it's difficult to really ramp up new technologies. We always say, oh, our startup culture is so wonderful. And it is. You know, it's true. In Silicon Valley, they would say, hey, you're doing great. You know, my students in Berkeley have a harder time than students from RWTH, Aachen, etc. But when it's about seeing whether one of 10 companies can really be ramped up, it's super risky, but they don't need 1 million, but 10 or 50 or maybe 100 million. Then in Germany, it's incredibly hard because we don't have a good venture capital financing culture here. And it's very difficult to set up these funds as well and to evaluate them. If you've got a wind farm in Netherlands or North France, or whatever, you've got the same assets, it's evaluated very differently. And then the flip side is that the companies themselves want to try out their product in major markets and have scalable markets. Well, every individual country is small. Then it's better to go to the US. That's where the funders are. They'll say, thank you, Germany, that you've put all the money in the startup, and now I'm going to cherry pick the best one out and pull them over to the US, where we have this great ecosystem and capital markets, and then it's all great. So that means if we had a bigger market, they could scale up their products. There'd be real opportunities for financing across borders. These are the hopes that I have with Europe. But to be perfectly honest, I don't think there's a lot of present bias. We're just cemented in a system that worked so well for us after the Second World War, a bank finance, traditional industry finance system. And we need that system to continue, but we don't want it to not be able to renew. So if Katharina Reiser now says that she wants this win-win situation to double startups, is double enough? It would have to be much more than double. Doubling is not bad. I'm not going to say no to that. But what's important to me is that we no longer focus so much on startups, but on the growth phase, where things that look promising, they're still highly risky, but don't have the state be the nanny, and that we really support them. There are some approaches, but we need a lot more than that. Okay, thank you very much. Now, I know in the next panels we're going to be discussing this in a bit more detail, so I think we've got a good foundation for that discussion, certainly food for thought, in terms of things that we can ask Mr. Wildberger tomorrow, the Minister for Digital Affairs. Thank you.
Wir machen jetzt weiter, wie gesagt, mit dem nächsten Panel. Und dazu begrüße ich ganz herzlich Gordon Ripinski vom Medienpartner Politico. Herzlich willkommen. Schön, dass du da bist.
Grüß dich, hallo.
Sag doch noch mal schnell, was wird jetzt euer Thema?
Ja, wir gehen jetzt auf die europäische Ebene. Wir machen es ein bisschen international, sprechen über die New Era of Globalization, die wir, glaube ich, alle spüren, die keine große Überraschung in dem Sinne ist, aber die eben sehr viele Herausforderungen ja auch für die Wirtschaft, für die Politik auch bereithält. Und das wollen wir diskutieren, natürlich mit einem sehr hochrangigen Panel. Maroš Šefčovič ist gleich bei uns, der Handelskommissar, und ein wunderbares Panel, wo wir dann auch die wirtschaftlichen Aspekte diskutieren.
Genau. Okay, also wir müssen jetzt einmal ganz kurz sagen, bleiben Sie gerne hier, nicht nur weil das Panel
we'll have to say, stay here for a moment. It's extremely stormy weather, so please stay inside so you don't get blown away outside. But we have the perfect stage to bridge this weather, because we have lots of lovely panels, not just now but later, so please stay indoors. We are looking forward to this panel. Do you think the Commissioner has heard what you said about Brussels a moment ago? I suspect probably didn't get the translation for it, but if not, I will do it. You might not have been equipped with earphones. So, let's look forward to this panel. And I'm going to switch languages.
Continue in English, so to say, weil wir natürlich gleich dann auch einen internationalen Gast haben.
And I'm doing that because we have an international guest, so I will now continue in English.
Is the topic of our next panel, walking the thin line between deals and trade policy, and it's an explanation of the uncertainty we live in and the challenges that we are facing. And obviously we will focus on the answers that politics, the EU potentially, and maybe also businesses can give. And I'm very proud to announce Maroš Šefčovič now in English for his keynote, the EU Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security. Mr. Šefčovič, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you very much to BDI for the kind invitation, and I would like to thank Madame Gönner for organizing this event, and also to Mr. Peter Leibinger for inviting me, because we've been together in many international conferences, in different seminars, and I have to say that I was very proud listening to him, how he was defending the European industry, the know-how, the technology, the specialty, which is, I think, so represented in his company, because, as you know, his company is a unique one in the world. Everyone wants to be able to have the ecosystem like Trumpf, Zeiss, ASML, because we know that they're the only one who can actually deliver the printing machines which are printing what everyone in this world needs right now, and these are chips, and these are the high-quality products which everyone is looking for. I am in a BDI quite frequent guest, because I think for me it's very important as a European Commissioner to listen to the views, to the points of the industry, and I understood from previous panels or from the previous speeches that we've been very much in the discussion here as a European Commission, and I think that's a good way to do it, because we need to listen to you. And we also have to explain where we are coming from and what are, I would say, the challenges we are facing together. In advance, I have to apologize for my voice. It's not from singing in the bar. It's not from having the cold beer in a very nice party outside, even though I see that wind is picking up, but it's actually from very strong, icy air conditioning, which I was getting a lot in the last week in the United States of America. But the atmosphere was much warmer than the air condition. But I think that what is very important, I would say, in this session is the fact that we need to have as close a relationship as possible with you, with the representatives of German industry, which is export-oriented, which is one of the most innovative we have in Europe. And coming to the topics which was suggested for this panel, indeed, the year 2025 is much different than any other years from the perspective of the global trade. It's clearly the year of disruption. It's clearly the year of change. And I also believe that it's clearly the year of new beginnings. So I think that the theme, the topic as you suggested, is very, very timely. This new era of globalization, or as some call it, hyper-globalization, which we had in the world, is now very much marked by what I would describe as a profound disruption. From one side, the world is still interconnected, but the global trade is increasingly less seamless as in the past. And we see how the war, geopolitical upheaval, and increasing fragmentation in the global economy have created growing uncertainty. We see how more and more countries is calling for more of the local content and the local production. And all this is, of course, creating uncertainty, which is very expensive for the business. And we know that this is one of the reasons why European industry is coming under increasing pressure. Yet, trade will remain absolutely critical to our growth and to our competitiveness. While at the same time, there is a need, as we also heard from previous panel, to de-risk, to develop and to protect the single market of the European Union. So against this backdrop, we must ask ourselves, what does the European way of trade look like? And there can be no doubt that Europe has benefited massively from the rules-based trade system. We are number one trading bloc. We are absolutely top global investor. And we have the world's largest network of the free trade agreements currently covering 76 countries. More than 700,000 EU companies support and export goods outside the European Union. And this export is supporting 30 million jobs in the EU, of which almost 7 million is here in Germany, accounting for 1 in 6 jobs in the country as a whole. Trade brings tangible benefits across the European and German economy. Almost half of our GDP is affected and impacted by the way how we trade with the rest of the world. And therefore, to strengthen the EU links with our partners is very important today, and it's very important for the future. And these are just few of the arguments, a few of the elements which I mentioned, why we need free and fair trade, and why we need the deeply reformed World Trade Organization, which was at the heart of the system for many years. There I would say that especially after our OECD meeting 3 weeks ago, it was very clear when I was listening to the trade ministers from all the world, and I was listening also to Director General of the WTO, Dr. Ngozi. We are approaching the crucial phase. We know that if we will not manage to clearly advance on the profound needed reform for WTO in the next spring ministerial meeting in Cameroon, that we have a big problem. because a lot of countries is losing the patience, including the biggest one, how the WTO is functioning, how we are not able to adopt the decisions, how the dispute settlement mechanism is not working, and therefore clearly we need the progress in the WTO reform. Of course, what you've been discussing here and what we will be discussing tomorrow would be very much the link between the trade policy and overall competitiveness agenda. And I can tell you that we got the message on the administrative burden, on the red tape, on the need to simplify, and on the fact that every single European Council, so this is where the head of states and government are meeting, competitiveness is one of the topic of the discussion. And we clearly got very well described marching orders, all our commissioners from our president, Ursula von der Leyen, to simplify as much as possible, to make sure that we would lowering administrative burdens, and we want to work on it as closely as possible with you to tell us what are the most practical things we should correct, how we should address them, and I hope that you will see that with the first two packages we already adopted this year, we'll continue and we'll work to make the business in Europe easier, less red tape, and more competitive for you and for the benefit of the whole European economy. What is very important when I'm talking to you, business leaders from Germany and from the world, one of the messages as a trade commissioner, which I'm getting the most, is that we have to kind of come back to traditional trade policy. We have to work on new market access. We have to look for new territories. We have to look for the new partners for free and fair trade. What I hear from you is the fact that, look, I mean, the United States, and I will come to that in a second, are a very important key partner for us, but they're representing only 13% of the global trade. So why not to look after remaining 87%? Why not to accelerate the work? How not to find the new opportunities which lie out there? And this is exactly what we are doing, and this is exactly where you can help me. Because we need the business leaders in all European countries, is every single one, to make it very clear to the political leadership, to the parliamentarians in all countries, how important it is to open new markets, how important it is to create new market opportunities, and how key it is to secure necessary resources from the critical raw materials down to the critical technologies. And therefore, we are working very hard together with our member states to accomplish exactly that. As you know, recently we strengthened our FTA network through the conclusions of the negotiations with Mercosur. Mercosur is very much in the headlines all the time. I would just recall that Mercosur is the biggest FTA we ever concluded, that it's 4 times bigger than our free trade agreement with Japan, that for the industry, which is so important also in Germany, it means that the car industry will be completely liberalized and it would go from 35% import duties to 0. And that this would be biggest FTA area in the world, counting 800 million people. So I hope that we will have the strategic vision and a strategic determination to get this agreement ratified as soon as possible, so all of you can benefit from these new opportunities which clearly been created there. We also concluded a very important agreement with Mexico, and there I also hope that we will proceed very, very quickly, even though this deal is not so controversial, because, as you know, Mexico is one of the most important agri-food importer, and they are a very important partner for us, and I hope that there we will proceed very quickly. But what is happening right now? I mean, if there is any silver lining from the current trade fragmentation and turbulence, is the fact that that our trading partners are seeing in EU a reliable partner who respect the agreements, who is not changing the policies overnight. And I can tell you that my phone is ringing non-stop with the two questions. Can we have a free trade agreement or can we accelerate our negotiations? So I believe that this year we'll be able to conclude free trade agreements with India, Indonesia, and I believe also with the United Arab Emirates. I believe that we will have significant progress with Thailand, Malaysia, and we are engaging very intensively with Australia. And I believe that this would clearly bring very important prospects for you. I see that the gentleman is indicating to me that I should quickly proceed to the conclusions, and I will do that. But I think you will not forgive me if I will not mention two most important trading partners for us, China and US. With China, clearly there is an aim to rebalance the relationship, to address non-market policies, and of course to continue our policy of de-risking. With the US, we can of course go into the more detail in the discussion, but what we are clearly looking for is to get a fair and mutually beneficial negotiated solutions. That's clearly preference for us. Of course, we are the most important trading partners for US. We are trading $1.7 trillion every year, and therefore, of course, it's much more complicated to get to the deal than with some smaller countries. So I would say that from one side, we have to advance as much as possible with all the trade negotiations which we are undergoing. We need to find the balanced outcome with China, and I am a strong believer that we can get good negotiated solutions with the United States of America. So we'll be clearly working on this, but please, last time, I would request and repeat, make sure that all political leaders or parliamentarians would value why the trade is important, why free trade agreements are key for your success, and how it's opened new opportunities for creating jobs and competitiveness in Europe. Thank you very much.
I also want to insist, I don't want to cut you short. I want to invite you to discuss even more with my panelists. Please have a seat, Maros Sefcovic. We are going to start the panel now, and I'm very happy to invite my other panelists, which are the voices of the businesses. Gunnar Gröbler, the CEO of Salzgitter AG, is part of our panel. Gunnar Gröbler, welcome on stage, please. And then I invite Tobias Meyer, the CEO of the DHL Group and also the chair of the Transatlantic Business Initiative. Welcome, please. Angela Titzrath is the CEO of HHLA, the Hamburg Port and Logistics Company. Welcome. And last but not least, Bill Anderson, CEO of Bayer. Almost a freak accident here. Hi, welcome, Bill. Hi, good to see you. Please have a seat. I have to start with you, Mr. Sefcovic, because just before, I don't know if that was translated to you, Mr. Leibinger said he is planning to carry the pain to Brussels, that he feels is actually the pain of the companies, of the businesses in Germany. Do you agree that he should carry the pain to Brussels?
It works. I think that clearly, I think what is very important for, I would say, the whole Brussels ecosystem to hear even more clearly what is on the mind of our industries and businesses, why they feel it's so difficult very often to achieve the progress, what are the main obstacles, and therefore I think more we can get that very clear, concrete suggestions, the better it would be. Because to be honest, I hear these complaints a lot when I'm traveling across the Europe. But if you would kind of work in the Brussels bubble, I have to say it's not always the same thing. And I fully understand that for Mr. Leibinger, it's also very courageous personal decisions. Because very often when I speak with business leaders, please come and speak up. There is always a certain hesitations because you do not want to get into some kind of public clash which will be all over X or in social media, that you are against this or that policies which are important for certain constituency. So I appreciate the honesty, I appreciate the straightforward talk, and I can also assure you that as I think we became to know each other, that with every single suggestions we heard from him or from another business leaders, I'm discussing it with my colleagues. The Commission is responsible for these elements, and as I said, the simplification agenda, we all got it in our mission letters as the commissioners from our president. We are working on it, and we know that this is very important, and the leaders, political and business leaders, are reminding us of that every single day.
Mr. Gröbler, the European Commission, to stay in that topic, has launched the Steel and Metals Action Plan to support the industry. I mean, you're facing particular challenges we all know about. Is that enough? Is this what you expect?
Well, first of all, I think it's to acknowledge that the EU has put up this Steel and Metals Action Plan. I think first time ever that such an action plan for the steel industry has been put down, and acknowledging the fierce sort of issues that we have on a competitive side. We see other regions of this globe dumping steel in Europe, especially with the trade barriers starting, for example, in the US. So steel that was supposed to be traded to the US is now sort of entering Europe. We see a high inflow and at basically at costs that are not competitive vis-à-vis the cost that we are able to produce at. Hence, having that Steel and Metals Action Plan is the first right step. What we're lacking, though, is the implementation of it. I think what we need now is a clear and forceful implementation of the Steel and Metals Action Plan quickly, in order also to give stability into the entire industry. Because for me, stability is trust, and trust ultimately is investments, and that's what we need also to perform the transformation that society has given us a clear task on.
Mr. Meyer, I mean, you have two roles, and one I think is specifically in the focus right now, which is as a chair of the Transatlantic Business Initiative, which is a complicated one at times, and probably particularly currently in this year. How do you see the future of the transatlantic business relationships? I mean, is this something we need to sort of defocus from, or is this something where you still see the future?
Well, I think there's a certain necessity for many people in this room that this trade relationship works out, and we still have, I think, a lot in common on both sides of the transatlantic. Security, a topic we discussed also earlier today, being one of those topics. And I think we need to recognize not only the Western perspective. If you look over the last 5 to 10 years, the most profound change, the most of the trade that has been growing is the trade still with China. China and the rest of the world is where trade has been growing massively. I'll give you one example. Nigeria's by far largest trading partner. More than 40% of Nigerian imports come from China. We talked about Dubai. The Commissioner mentioned this. It's good if we get a free trade agreement with the United States Emirates. Look at the Middle East. I mean, that's a market that, to a great extent, has been lost to China. So that's why the question of trade is inherently connected to the question of competitiveness. We need to become, again, more competitive. That was much talked about, and I can talk an entire evening, an entire week, if you want, about the issues we have with bureaucracy and how harmful it is in Europe. That's not our core topic for this panel, but invite me for any panel you have on that. So that is a profound issue that also affects trade. Now we need a deal with the United States from a German industry perspective, from a US industry perspective also, because what is currently done, this biggest experiment in trade policy ever, is also harmful for US companies. And I think we would all wish and encourage the colleagues there to speak up more. CEOs, business people in the United States are currently very quiet on that subject. But also from a European perspective, I think we need to deal with the reality that having a deal, a classical trade deal, about all items possible, I think is out of reach. I think this is a process which will go on for years, but we need a first step in this process in the coming weeks. I mean, we pay to the customs authorities your duties here in the room. We process that, and we never ever had a country where we had more duties than revenue income for transportation and services. That is currently the case for the United States, and that is a bill that European industry, including the car industry in the home country of the Commissioner, will not be able to bear for many more weeks.
Yeah. Angela Titzrath, Sefcovic said it's a year of disruption, but also a year of a new beginning. What do you feel more currently?
Oh, I'm an optimist, a little bit like Mr. Leibinger, mentioned. I'm in love with Europe, so I think in every crisis there's definitely an opportunity for change. And I think if we just see the free trade agreements, which was named by him, basically it's outlining that there is a lot of potential, and I think that the EU has realized that these potential through the free trade agreements needs to be done. I would like as well to echo about the economical importance of trade. I'm as well the president of the German seaports, and if you just recognize that 90% in volume and 75% in value of European economy is made through the trade, made through the seaports, so the European seaports, and a significant number as well on the German seaport side. This is giving you an idea about how important it is that we are recognizing that the trades done through seaports, in particular in Europe, is essential, is a livelihood for the industry here in Europe. And therefore, I'm optimism. I see there are some elements like the omnibus elements and others which are now giving us some swing. But I think as well optimistic that there needs to be done more.
Bill Anderson, you share the optimism, or are you more skeptical when you look across the ocean?
Well, yeah, I'm tempted to get into what is optimism. Often means you have a feeling things are going to work out, even if you shouldn't. And I don't want to be that. I think there are reasons for hope. I think the biggest reason for hope is because, with respect to the Transatlantic partnership, both sides have way too much to lose. And so we simply can't let this get away from us. I think, for example, I'm representing the healthcare field, biotechnology. We have 170 billion euro trade export surplus, Europe does. And I think there are things we can do to preserve the strength of the sector. It's a very important sector, but there's an imbalance there. And some of that is caused by things like the unwillingness of European governments to pay basically the prices for pharmaceuticals that allow innovation to be sustained. So we sort of rely on the US. The world relies on the US to pay $1, and Germany pays 30 cents on the dollar, and France pays 20 cents on the dollar, and the UK pays 15 cents on the dollar. And that's what's funding the next breakthrough, the next cancer-fighting medicine, the next breakthrough in chronic disease. These are, if you will, these are issues that aren't strictly speaking tariff issues, but for the American negotiators, and we've spoken about this, they see it as such. And some of these sort of non-tariff things, it happens with standards in foods, things like that. At some point, it's not working. And I think I've seen these newspaper articles that say, well, the trade imbalance isn't that big. But consider that most of the trade going to the US from Europe is sort of higher value added stuff. A lot of the imbalance from the US to Europe is liquefied natural gas. Okay? It doesn't take very many people working in factories to produce liquefied natural gas. That doesn't cut it. So I'm just saying, I think we have to brace ourselves in Europe for the fact that we're going to have to give on some of this stuff. And I'm not endorsing the style of negotiations maybe that we're seeing, but I do think this is really important, and we gotta get our heads through this.
Mr. Šefčovič, you just said you got a little cold from negotiating in Washington, D.C. Was this the only pain you got, or was it generally painful?
You know, I'm working for the Commission since 2009, so you have to be battle-tested to survive it so long. And as you probably know, I also, before the war in Ukraine started, I was negotiating with Ukrainians and Russians on gas transit. Later on, I was dealing with Brexit with our Swiss friends. We've been negotiating these 10 agreements, which we concluded, and now, of course,
wherever you go, it's getting complicated.
So I mean, I'm kind of lucky with that. But to come, you know, to some of the points which been mentioned, if you allow me just a very brief comments on the steel and aluminium. Thank you very much for acknowledging the action plan, and we know that what the steel and aluminum industry needs is the certainty for the future, and we've been discussing it in several meetings which we had with different associations representing these companies, that we are going to come very soon with a plan what to do also as of the next year. This is coming to the US. This is one of the topics we are discussing with the US, because I think from the beginning we know that we are not each other problem. We are exporting somehow like 5 million tons of steel plus derivatives. It's highly specialized steel. US needs it, and I think we are importing something like around 3 million from US to Europe. So our common problem is not Europe or US, it's the overcapacity which we are bringing in from all the world. So my suggestions to our American partners, well, shouldn't we look at it as allies and to look for some kind of common principles how to deal with overcapacity? And I think we are kind of starting to look at this from that perspective. We, of course, are very much aware of the fact that when you kind of build such a high, I would say, tariff barrier like United States of America, then the trade is looking for other markets, clearly for us. So therefore, we set up the market surveillance task force, and we are kind of on bi-weekly basis monitoring what kind of anomalies we see in the trade patterns coming to the EU. So we kind of have now these regular updates, but that's my also invitation to all of the business leaders here. If there is something we haven't spotted yet, or it's there something what we do not see on the statistics which we are getting from EU member states, so please tell us, or tell me, tell my office. We'll be dealing with that issue. On how to progress with the US, clearly what we need is some kind of understanding of I would say the key elements, key moments, key principles, how to go further. And I know that especially the sectoral tariffs are unsustainable, because if you look at the car industry of Europe, it's clearly bleeding. And really to have the tariffs on the level of 27.5%, which is current state, it's clearly unsustainable. But the fact is that, and I would echo of our colleagues here, they say the United States and their representatives are clearly convinced that for many years the rest of the world was kind of taking advantage from US market and US economy. What I cannot agree with is that they are looking only at goods, because you've been asking what kind of specialized we are buying from US, and these are services. Every single year we are buying more than 440 billion euros of services from US. These are all the big tech companies which are generating 30 to 50% of their revenue here in Europe. Most of it is not taxed. Just talk to printing industry about the advertising issue and how profitable this is for the big tech. But our American friends, they do not want to kind of put it into the equation between trade in goods and services. So I would say that these are the topics where we need clearly to talk more, because I think in the end we need each other. We are the biggest allies, and we need to work together. And the last thing is, what I kind of discover is we have to be much more present in positive sense public relations, because a lot of good things which are happening between EU and US are simply unnoticed in US. The fact that we are biggest investors into each other markets, more than $5.3 trillion. The fact that thanks to the European companies, there is 1.3 million jobs created in the US. I think the German company only have created more than 900,000 jobs. And these are very good jobs. They are not simple jobs. I mean, the average salary of the European job is almost $90,000. And I know what is the average salary in the United States. So I think what we are bringing to us is really high-value products, high-value jobs, high-value cooperation, and the biggest trading relationship and biggest investor relationship on the planet. So I think it's in this turbulent time and with these huge overcapacities we are faced with, I think that we have a common interest to address the bottlenecks of critical raw materials, bottlenecks of chips, to deal with the overcapacities in steel, and to really chart the way forward. And that's the approach which we have if it comes to the discussion with our American partners.
Mr. Šefčovič, when we follow what Donald Trump is doing on tariffs, then we see a very volatile approach. It changes almost from week to week, I was going to say, which makes the whole situation more uncertain. But where would you say can Europe, or what would you say can Europe achieve in the next couple of months? Do you think there will be an improvement on the tariff level when you go into further negotiations?
I think that so far there was only one agreement agreed upon. So that's, I think, only one from which we can kind of deduce, what would be the pattern order of the process in US, and this is with the UK. So you have rather brief agreement on principles or framework agreement with the stated goals, and then you have to work on, I would say, on different sectoral issues. I think what we discussed with our American partners was that we went through the more than 1,000 tariff lines because they wanted to look at all of them, and we've been looking where we can end up with the same tariffs or where we can go to lower levels. So this would kind of create the avenue how we can get into discussion of what is the most sensitive for the people in this room. And these are the sectoral issues which are in the hands of the Secretary of Commerce. Cars, steel, pharmaceutical business, semiconductors, and wood processing and wood exports. So we are at that stage now. And of course, what I think would be clearly desirable that we would come back to the reasonable level of tariffs, that we would have some kind of standstill clause, which would kind of prevent surprises about the sudden spikes and volatility if the tariffs. But as we see, how turbulent the world is, that's not easy to achieve. But we will definitely try, and I think it's our duty to explore every opportunity and possibility for the good negotiated solution. To start maybe with something smaller, but then to go into every single sector, because I'm absolutely convinced that Americans do not have better trading partners than us.
Mr. Gruber. Gunnar Gruber, you're most affected probably by the tariff issue, or very, very severely affected for sure. What is your answer on the current situation, on the uncertainty on that level? Do you need to diversify more than even before, or can you just hope for a good political outcome? Probably not the answer, but give me yours.
Well, hope won't make it, right? So we certainly, yes, we are hit very, very, very hard with 50% tariffs right now on the steel side, and we came from 25% already. So that's basically killing the trade from Europe towards the US. 4 million tons, as Mr. Šefčovič just rightly pointed out. And it brings a lot of uncertainty, and it brings a lot of uncertainty in times of transformation here in Europe. We shouldn't forget that. The steel industry is under enormous pressure anyways already right now. And now this trade uncertainty comes on top of that. What I really appreciate is your comment on the overcapacity that we have on the global side, and tackling that through also trade agreements, for example, with the US, is certainly something that we would highly appreciate and highly sort of welcome. And the Global Sustainable Steel Agreement that you almost came through with, was it 2 years ago, is certainly a good basis to sort of from there on continue the dialogue and come to terms with the US. Because this is exactly what we need. We need this level of certainty on the tariff side in order for us as an industry to adjust to it, and then also go on with the task that we have here in Europe, talking about transformation, but also talking about the entire change in the industrial setup here, coming from the political wish for more resilience, for more sort of local content, also being able to adjust to that and serve that. So highly complex environment we're operating in right now. So if we could get sort of the European US arrangement somehow stabilized, it would help us a great deal.
Maybe to add one more challenge that you're facing, potentially both of you as the logistics, we do see further global risks in terms of geopolitical risks that directly affect also your businesses. Is there an answer, a strategic answer that you can give on these major issues that we see in geopolitical crisis?
Well, I mean, I would argue that the geopolitical situation should help in the transatlantic discussions, because large parts of the Trump administration see the relationship with China very critical. You don't only hear that in the federal government, also on the state level, on the Republican side very clearly, but also on the Democratic side, there is skepticism about that relationship. So if that is so, then the trade with Europe should be something more beneficial also to many people in the US. I also agree with the Commissioner that I think a fair conversation with the US needs to include, or at least recognize, trade and also capital, I would add, because also on the capital flows, the US has a net benefit from that. So I think that belongs to a fair discussion. On the other hand, it will not remain as it was. I think we all know that. It's unrealistic to achieve such an outcome. So I think we Europeans also need to clearly say, what are we willing to give? And maybe there's something, and I clearly hear that between the European business community and the US business community, that is common sense. And again, has to do with bureaucracy, with extraterritorial reach. If you talk to US business, the EU Deforestation Act, EU taxonomy is making people as upset than here in Europe. So I think really working on what is of common interest, and also I think one of the most interesting questions that I've not heard answered in Washington, what is the ranking of your priorities? The objective list is very long. Security, it's a different objective to say I want to bring jobs back to the United States versus I want to balance trade. And it's again a different objective to say I want to become less dependent on China. So having a ranking of priorities, I think, would make things easier, and then really work on those issues that are of common interest.
Well, geopolitics are always has a significant impact as well on geoeconomics. And as Tobias already outlined, I think it's important to make to everybody very visible how big this impact is, and to balance it. We are seeing it from the European perspective, from the basically the infrastructure side, that we can prepare ourselves only if we acknowledge that this is a new normal, that we are creating agility in our own systems, trade systems and infrastructure, as well as outlining, as we have learned, we are a company born in Hamburg, now we are operating in Europe, from Tallinn to Odessa to Hamburg to Trieste, 21 terminals in the hinterland. So that was our answer through this volatility, to have a resilient way of answering and handling those trade. But let me make just one more point to this volatility, because particularly we in Germany, we are facing that 60% in value of our trade balance basically is made through the seaports. And if you recognize how important the seaports are, we need to make sure to get in action and finance the bottlenecks of infrastructure maintenance that is necessary. This is about 3% of the fund, of the infrastructure fund. It's around 15 billion euros, which is necessary, which is an investment and a clear answer as well to basically to handle those balance in the future.
Bill Anderson, I just recently was on a panel where the debate about Harvard and the question of whether the US might lose talent was something that was directly debated. So you're the CEO of a company that is highly dependent on talent and on research, and is a research-intense company. Do you see potentially an opportunity in that field to attract more talent also to Europe, or is this too much of optimism?
Yeah, it's a very particular situation that's going on with some of these elite universities in the US. I think it's going to get worked out because, frankly, yeah, how would I say, in America, we tend to go kind of off to one extreme and then we come back, and maybe Europe's a little more steady Eddie. Some of the elite universities got so caught up in the kind of diversity movement that they were, basically they became places that were hostile to people right of center, where you couldn't have a speech there by people who didn't have the right politics. And now there's sort of a political price being paid for that. I think that's got to get worked out, and there's got to be a restoration of free speech on campuses for all different kinds of politics. And let's not fall into that in other places. So I think that's going to get sorted out. I think the big opportunity for Europe is to embrace some of the technologies, to see these as opportunities. My company is the largest company with biotechnology in agriculture, and here we are 30 years past the first GMO crops being introduced, and all the bad things that people said were going to happen about them. And so which of those bad things has happened? Right. And it's time. And so I think the secret to Europe's future is to embrace the future, and not to think that by being sort of the masters of regulation, that's a way forward. And so I think you look at things like AI. AI has got tremendous potential, but lots of European companies are kind of wondering, like, ooh, can we do this? Can we do that? I can tell you, in America, it's very simple. There's laws. You're not allowed to commit fraud. You're not allowed to defame people. You're not allowed to do bad things. So when you're deploying AI, just don't do bad things. They're not waiting for regulation to tell them what they can and can't do. The laws exist. So I think this is probably an opportunity for Europe, this present convulsion, to get back on track and saying, hey, and Germany is such a technology leader. So, own that and move forward.
Wonderful. Mr. Šefčovič, is Europe in that regard on the right track? I mean, is that mindset that Bill Anderson was outlining, broadly enough found in Brussels, also maybe in the administration? Is there enough business expertise, maybe?
I think what I would say, every administration, I started as a civil servant in Slovakia, and of course, I'm working very closely with the national administration. I cannot say that you have, as a representative of any government or administration, too much contacts with business and industry. Especially especially if we are talking about such a dynamic environment that you have technologies which are kind of evolving sometimes on a monthly basis. Linking it with current portfolio, we see that we would have to upgrade many of our free trade agreements because they simply be not covering digital trade, because e-commerce didn't exist 6-7 years ago, that digital trade was not part of any discussion. And this is just, I would say, this one little segment. So I think that if you look at what has changed, and as you know, I'm there already for quite some time, I don't think that we had such an interaction between businesses and top leadership of the European Commission, including the President, as we had over the last 2-3 years. I believe that most of the business leaders have been in one or other of the roundtables, and I think what is extremely good is that not only, let's say, commissioners are exposed to the questions, sometimes the criticism, suggestions, propositions, but also the directors general, and I would say wider, I would say civil service of the European Commission, because sometimes what we look for is legal perfection, because we have to defend every single decision we take in front of the European Court of Justice, and therefore, I mean, it pushes us sometimes to, I would say, really too much of the detail, which is extremely cumbersome for the business leaders. But I think that we are, I believe, over that phase right now, because we feel the message we are getting from the business leaders. We hear what the heads of states and government are telling us, but I think this is something what we have to work out. The fact is that also, I would say that the kind of personal sensitivities, consumer choices are different between US and Europe, and we have to respect that as well. I mean, we are maybe too sensitive, but definitely we are more sensitive about how our personal data is processed. In US, it's not such a big case. I mean, in Europe, I mean, the people are more sensitive about that issue. So, we just also have to respect, I would say, the public opinion in that regard. The same goes for some products in agriculture, which of course are very much under the discussion, as you can imagine, with my US counterparts. Simply, we have different perception of hormones, of chlorine and other ingredients to be used in food products. And that's again something what, I mean, it's a real consumer choice and preference, and what is our health policy. And I understand that when I listen to the health secretary of the United States of America, that's a tendency which is there as well, how to kind of, go in that direction, let's say less chemicals in a food chain. So I think what we need to do is, I would say, in a European context, to really to do our utmost to make it as easy as possible for you. I think we need to find the ways how to make the energy cheaper, because this is what number one issue which I hear in all of our discussions, and we need to work with our American partners on where we would benefit hugely from synergies. We have differences here and there, but overall, I mean, I think the transatlantic trade is so huge, despite of all these differences. So I believe that if we can bridge over some of them, which are currently on the table, that it would be to the clearly benefit of the both sides.
Okay. I would like to try a fast last round and go through the businesses, because now, Mr. Šefčovič, you have the chance to talk to the business leaders that you might not meet so much in Brussels. If you have 1 or 2 points that you want to, Bill Anderson, let's start with you. If you have maybe one point only that you want to send and communicate to Mr. Šefčovič that he should bring to Brussels and possibly change.
Look, I'm writing it down. So I have a pen.
I will write it down for you. What would that be?
So first, I would just say that Mr. Šefčovič has been very engaged, and I've had the opportunity to speak with him about this. So, and I do appreciate that. But I will repeat it as, so Bayer, we are a huge exporter from Europe to America and America to Europe. And if you draw a circle around US and Europe, we're exporting to the world from the US and Europe. So in other words, we're net exporters from both Europe and America. We need a deal, because Without a deal, it's disaster.
I write that down. Angela Tisrath, what's your point?
Yeah, as we have already a deal with the US following Bill, I would like to ask you to speed up with the deal with India and Indonesia. We are living in Germany from free trade. Please defend this. And I think India and Indonesia are the next one on the list.
So I also want to thank the Commissioner for his accessibility. I think it's also rubbing off to some of your colleagues where this is even more needed. So that's a positive development as well. I could also agree, obviously, that we need a deal with the United States. I already said something how I believe this needs to happen. But I would also like to go back to the more fundamental issue that you've laid out. We live in a world that gets ever more complex. And I think we all feel it at least isn't getting slower in the development. And the response of government cannot be to just add resources. We've done this here in Berlin. If you look at the numbers of civil servants for the federal government, I think you have 33,000 people now in Brussels, which is an interesting ecosystem in itself. So that cannot be the way forward, not in trade deals and not in other matters. We love the European Union. It was a peace project, and it turned into a project to bring prosperity and wealth to Europe. And you will find a lot of people who hold a strong view of Europe despite all the populistic comments from the right. And I'm definitely in that camp. But please don't go down the path. We need a mindset change. You can't beat it in detail. The state needs to step back. If you have a linear increase of complexity and a linear increase in speed, you can't beat it by adding resources. You need to step back. You will have European regulation going into effect that is obsolete by the time it is. AI will make it obsolete, the regulation that has been passed on how we need to design our websites for people to make it accessible. It will be obsolete because you will have AI agent to read the website and do things. So you need to see that, and you need to tell that to your colleagues. We need a change of mindset in how you regulate.
I would clearly echo that and add perhaps that whatever we do in terms of trade, we need to get to a fair, level playing field with our trade partners as much as we can. Talking India certainly is highly welcome, but knowing also overcapacities that we have in India now, talking steel, certainly need a level playing field in the way sort of India is looked at as an importer of goods into Europe vis-à-vis those that are produced here in Europe. Also in the context of resilience and sort of strategic resources that we have here in Europe, to not sort of undermine those industries here and keep that balance. I think that would be my main message, and everything else falls under that level playing field, the fair level of trade in both directions.
Mr. Sefcovic, I don't even so much want you to solve all these questions right now, because I also think you probably can't. But what would be your wish towards the businesses?
Thank you very much. Just telegraphic response. Deal needed. Yes, I agree. India, Indonesia. I believe that we can get there in the middle of the year. India before the end of the year, with all the caveats which we heard here. Mindset and complexity. I can tell you that we are kind of sharing that approach in all the discussion I am involved, and I totally agree with you also on the need to have level playing field with all our partners. And I also, if I have one wish here, is talk to us, criticize us, but support us. We really need it. And sometimes it's not easy. I mean, you know how difficult it is to run one country. You can imagine how complex it is to run 27 countries and then different institutions. But I can promise you one thing about this mindset change. We clearly feel as you said, your pain, the challenges in front of you, and I can tell you that the mindset in the Commission has changed, and there are many colleagues of mine who tell you that we are ready to fight tooth and nail for you, for the European businesses, not only to stay in Europe, but to prosper here. And I think it's our common duty, and let's work on this together. That would be my final words.
Thank you so much. And my final word is to thank you all for this lively debate. I had the ultimate goal to find some sort of consensus between a Brussels politician and 4 leaders of businesses in Germany, and I think we did achieve that. Thank you so much.
Danke, Gordon. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you for the very interesting panel, very interesting discussion. And we are now happy to move on to the next panel discussion, and I would love to ask everyone to take a seat. Ich möchte alle bitten, langsam.
So I would like to ask you all to take your seats again, and I've got an important safety announcement for everyone. Right now, nobody is allowed to leave the buildings. Some of you may not have been aware, but there must be a really bad storm. So there's chaos in Berlin with no more suburban lanes and many roads closed. So we are to stay in this building, which means that our summer reception is going to be moved inside, which will happen after this panel. So that is the most up-to-date information I have. But we still have some exciting matters to discuss, so let's use the time wisely, even though we're all together now. Right. Now I'm looking forward to all of us finding out more about how about the finances, because the media tell us that the government has agreed on a budget and that tomorrow the plans are to be finalized within the cabinet. A new record debt of about 847 billion euros are envisaged. That's media reports. And I'm now looking forward to getting a lot more clarity about that issue, because we have the Finance Minister and Vice Chancellor, Mr. Lars Klingbeil.
Ja, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Leibinger, Tanja Görner, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for allowing me to share a few thoughts and ideas with you, and apologize for being a few minutes late. But the reason is that tomorrow in our cabinet we decide to pass the budget, and the last details have to be worked out. And it's my pleasure as the finance minister to discuss compensating them for the growth booster. So we are discussing with the lender as well. We want to resolve it. Exciting times for the finance minister. But I still wanted to be with you at the Day of Industry. Thank you very much once again for inviting me. I'm absolutely convinced, something which I've said all the time, written all the time, it's part of our manifesto. And it's in the coalition treaty. And this conviction is a strong government, a strong economy belong together. They have to work with each other. There have to be good conditions for entrepreneurs. We need to have the right conditions for competitiveness, for services, safeguarding jobs in Germany, creating new jobs. And now is the time to do all that. I'm sitting here in front of members of industry. You represent many employees in this country. Industry is a motor for economic success, for innovation, and industry is very much responsible for our prosperity in this country. And with 84 million inhabitants, we're the third largest national economy, something we can be proud of, we can be happy with, but at the same time, it's not something where we can just rest on our laurels. I think you will all know exactly what sort of changing times we live in. And in this decade, we will decide the role of Germany in the future. And we all know the challenges our economy has been facing in recent years and probably will be facing in the forthcoming years as well. I'll just give you the pandemic, the war, disrupted supply chains, energy costs, the tax and tariff issue. I know that Mr. Šefčovič was with you, the commissioner. I've actually met with him myself today. And we agree that we need to find a quick solution with the US. My impression is it's not down to the Commission that we agree quickly. We all know that we need to agree quickly. We all try to put pressure on things. We know that the Commission is now aware as well. And I think we are all aware that the situation as is not something we want to stick with. I'm standing in front of you speaking as the Minister of Finance and Vice Chancellor, and I can assure you, as probably the Chancellor did as well, as a governor, we want to make sure that we get our country onto a growth track. We are a strong industrial country with a strong economy. We want to make sure that jobs in our country are maintained, are safeguarded. We want Made of Germany to be strong again. That's what it's about. That's what we have put on our agenda. You may have followed it during the coalition negotiations, but I would like to emphasize it's something we can only do together. It's a joint effort. Politics, companies, employees, unions, Works Council members and so on, everybody together. The economic strength was a matter which was the top issue during the coalition negotiation, and it's reflected in the coalition agreement. That is the top one of the agenda. And tomorrow we are going to celebrate a few days in office only, but we've already been able to get a few things going in order to improve the competition, to strengthen innovation, and to do what is perhaps the most important thing, which happened before we even explored a possible coalition. That was a change in the German basic law, with which we want to finally do away with this bottleneck for investment in Germany. We've known for 4 decades that we're not investing enough in Germany. This applies to the state, it applies to governments. What we've managed to finally overcome this problem with the change in the basic law. When tomorrow the draft budget 2025 and the plan for 2026 will be decided in the cabinet, we will also pass the directional laws for the 500 million special funds for climate protection and the environment. All of this will give us planning certainty at all levels of government, local, regional and federal, and for companies as well. I think all of you will know from your companies how economic stagnation has led to a lot of uncertainty over the last few years. I remember when electioneering or when I was traveling the country as a politician, I noticed that people everywhere discussed how safe their job really was. Fearing to lose a job is something which has really pervaded society. After years of an upswing, finally, and then there was uncertainty again, and in the end, structural change has been a huge challenge for us all, with so much uncertainty as a result. I'm convinced if we do the structural change we're living through the right way, we can create a good basis for jobs for the future generation. But it's important we put the right conditions in place in politics. We mustn't decide over people's heads. We must involve them, and that's what I want to do. And let me repeat this. We want to make sure that Germany gets on a fast track to growth, so that we can overcome this period of uncertainty. And as you said in the introduction, there are some initial indicators that the mood in the country is improving. We also see that the institutes had looked at the relevant polls and are correcting their forecast upwards. And we think after years of party political bickering, things will get better, and we put concrete measures in position. And let me mention some of the measures we will discuss in Cabinet, some of which have already already been passed in recent weeks. The first is the historical investment package, the special assets of 500 billion to renew the infrastructure in Germany. We want to make sure that the money really is used so we can regain strength in the country. Well-established roads, railways, bridges, modern digital infrastructure, energy and thermal networks. And briefly, I've mentioned several times, I don't just want to be a finance minister. I want to be an investment minister. I want to make sure that things get moving. We all know how important a modern and functioning infrastructure is. It's a central issue, making sure that we have an attractive location. It's also of central importance for making sure that we are a high-performing economy, that we provide sustainable, safe and good mobility with a digital administration, a well-established charging infrastructure and good networks. In other words, an infrastructure we can be proud of in this country. This is what it's all about. So a major investment offensive. To make sure that all of that can be done quickly, to give you just one example, we have already started. We need to extend the fast internet and the mobile telephony network. That's one of our priorities, so we can make faster progress than we have done in recent years. And, ladies and gentlemen, it's not just about public investments, which we are going to increase in a massive way. It's also important to have private investment, in other words, investments from the companies. You can do these investments. That is my wish for you. I hope you will all invest significantly more into Germany as a business location than you have done in recent years. Decisions are made with our growth booster, which on Thursday will be in the second and third reading in the Parliament, so that hopefully on July 11 it can be passed. That will be a strong signal to strengthen Germany's economy, particularly at times like this, when the other side of the Atlantic, there's growing uncertainty, where we see that many investors are looking for a new home for investments. This is when we send out a strong signal. Europe is stable. We have a state governed by rule of law. We have a free society. All of these are very positive things. And with our growth booster, we are sending out a clear signal to investors, telling them it's worth investing in Germany. We are a safe haven for investments. We are creating special depreciation amounting to 30% for foreign investment from 1st July 2025 to 2027. We also have digressive write-offs, which are simple, uncomplicated, working fast, providing many benefits for investing companies. We will strengthen artisans and crafts, medium-sized businesses and industry. And we also agreed and decided within the cabinet that we will reduce corporate tax starting from 2028 by 5%. Apart from that, in the growth booster, we also want to strengthen e-mobility and research. So these are four very important areas that a fortnight ago we managed to get through the cabinet and which will be decided in the German parliament this week. And beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, at the European level, we are trying to make sure that the capital union can make progress. On Friday, we had a meeting of the finance ministers of the EU countries, and that was the biggest issue. Together with France, we decided we want to put pressure on things so that we can make progress in this decisive phase. There are lots of geopolitical friction and changes at the moment. We want to make sure that you can invest in Europe. It's easier to set up a company in Europe, and Europe sends out a signal, it's worth investing in our continent. The course we said provides planning certainty, which will make it possible to have good jobs in clean industrial jobs. And it's worth investing in Germany for that. And I want to make sure that apart from public investment, which is this investment offensive we have, we want that to be flanked by private investment offensive, because the two go together. Mr. Leibinger recently, in one of the German public broadcast systems, you said the commissioners started well. As a North German, I think these words are quite a compliment. And I know that when I'm active elsewhere in Europe, I know that many European colleagues, my counterparts in other countries, recognize what we want to do in Germany and what we've already put in motion in the first 2 weeks. And you can be assured I won't lean back and let things happen for now. I want to turn around to happen. I want us to be successful, but it's good to get a bit of support. It's good to see that the things we've planned are also meeting with approval. And particularly our partners in Europe, I would like to emphasize that they think it's very important that Germany becomes a growth engine engine for the whole of Europe as it once was. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from investment, we also need structural reform. We want to provide a good framework for industry and business, and that also includes that we will pass a package for competitive energy prices. With the electricity tax, the the tariffs and the modules we have will help as a first step to make you more competitive than you are today. We're working to accelerate planning and approval procedures. We want to make sure we attract more skilled labor to our country, and we try to reduce bureaucracy. All of this is needed to make an industrial nation like Germany stronger and competitive. When I say we want qualified labor, skilled people in Germany, then we will have to have migration. We want to improve incentives. We will improve the working conditions and tap unused potential. All of that is necessary for more growth and more competitiveness compared to today. And apart from the investment and the structural reforms, there is a third point, which tomorrow is going to be part of our draft budget and the decision that we will make in the cabinet, and this is consolidation. We have an extended room for maneuver financially, and that is true. We want to invest in infrastructure, also in security. We're going to massively invest in security and defense policy, while equally making sure that every single euro that is invested wisely. And given the budgetary situation, looking at the viability of German finances, it's very important to bear in mind that the consolidation we agreed on in the coalition treaty is actually happening, and this applies to saving both equipment and manpower and subsidies in the budget. And you will see first indication that we have started on that consolidation track. Ladies and gentlemen, we are reforming, we are consolidating, and above all, we have a clear growth and modernization track which we envisage for our country. My idea is for that growth to reach all our citizens, that we can do away with uncertainties in this country, and that we can fight for a change of mindset, of mode, which will also be reflected in business, and then make sure that we have a better general social climate. We live at a time of extreme polarization. We see that all the time when we're looking at the social debate. I think a strong economy and having safe jobs will help make the social idea, the common good, better cohesion. I think growth, safe jobs are the best answer to the poison of extremists, to the enemies of democracy, both inside and out. And for that reason, ladies and gentlemen, before I come to the end, let me make clear once again, all of us, as we are here in this room, we share responsibility to make our country stronger than it has been in recent years. We're coming from a phase of weakness. In our new government, we've decided to show what our country can do. So we want to work well with each other. Yes, there's going to be a dispute, but generally we want to have less bickering than other governments had, but we don't want to do everything at once. We need a strong economy to be with us. We need strong unions, strong works councils, strong workers and employees, but above all, we want to say Germany is back. Thank you for listening. Looking forward to our joint job. Thank you.
Hallo. Ich würde Sie bitten, hier Platz zu nehmen gleich, und wir bitten.
I'd like to ask you to sit here, and I'll ask the other participants to come up here because there's a few of us here. I'd like to have Dr. Daniela Gerton-Markotten come. She's CEO for Digitization and Technology, Deutsche Bahn. Martin Oetken, Production CEO at Everland. Cornelius Rieser, CEO DZ Bank. And Ulrich Stoll, the Deputy Head of the Supervisory Board of Festo and President of the German Industrial Standards Association, DIN. I'm very much looking forward to our discussion. And of course, we've got a couple of questions to you after these reports that we've heard this afternoon, that we've heard that you've agreed on a budget. Can you give us the numbers? I mean, we hear all sorts of numbers. I just saw that the rumor mill is active, but my aim to myself is to speak first with my colleagues in the cabinet tomorrow morning. But indeed, it is the case. I can tell you that in the budget for 2025, there's 115 billion that we will be having available for investment. That's our core budget and the special assets, etc. All of the investments we have planned to do this year, we will manage that in the years to come to be at about an average of 120 billion investment a year, which is a lot of money, and I'm very happy that we're doing it. And perhaps there's one other number I can tell you, because it was a bit of a challenge for me in the weeks ahead. My colleagues in the cabinet, who had the best intentions when they went into the budget discussions, imagined 47 billion more is what they'd be spending. But then I found it a bit painful that I kept having to say no. And another thing I'm going to say, because this has been in the headlines today as well, and maybe we can just understand this properly. We're going to be investing big time in the military, and we are hoping to boost the economy when we invest big time in the military. But I don't think anybody's doing this because they're thinking, well, you know, we're keen on war, or we think it's great. We're doing it because we need to do it. We need to be able to protect ourselves in this country, and the foreign policy times are changing such that we have to take these steps now. And it's really important in our budget deliberations because of the change in the Constitution. We're not having the competition between competitiveness, energy prices, and the environment, but because of this, we are allowed to invest in defense spending, and we believe it is necessary. And as a German politician, I have to be able to look my voters in the eye and say, we're doing everything we can to make sure that you can live here safely, and we have to catch up for things we haven't spent for the last 20 or 25 years. That's why we're doing that, and not because we're interested in armed conflict. It's just that we have a duty to people in this country being able to live safely.
Da schließen sich ja ganz viele Fragen an, über die
There's lots of other questions that I think we're going to be talking about over the course of this panel. You know, what quality, from what countries, what are we going to be do to ensure our military sovereignty? Do we have access to the necessary raw materials? This has been an issue that's already come up today as well. And then I'd like to just come back to the figures that you mentioned there. You know, it's nearly 847 billion new record debts for this term in office. What can you say about that? Well, these are record investments that we're going to be making. And it's true, 500 billion special asset fund for investment. You mean special debt? No, I mean we differentiated, didn't we, already today? This is investment that will make our country stronger. And naturally, we can enter into a debate about this. It is my conviction that we're not doing ourselves any favors if in 10, 20 years we discover that we've saved a lot of money, but our bridges are collapsing, our industrial companies have left, we have no schools. And so I believe this is investment that will make our country stronger. We just have to ensure that we spend this money properly. And that's why I want us to invest in the areas I talked about: mobility, digitalization, security, climate neutrality. These are the sectors we want to invest in the future. But the 500 billion, naturally, we also have investments earmarked in our core budget. 10% will be of the core budget we invested, and in our security as well. This is a lot of money. Anyone who looks at this money will say, okay, this isn't like the budgets we had before, but in this time of radical change that we're experiencing at the moment. That's why. And as I said, we will be consolidating. We need structural reform as well. All of this is on the agenda, and we'll be pushing it forward in our government. But yes, we're investing big time, and I think we're doing the right thing for our country. We have to modernize it massively and send out a clear signal to the citizens of this country so that they understand that this is a country that's going to work better, and we're signaling to industry that we're investing too. I'm sure we're going to get some good ideas about where we should invest it. I've heard plenty of ideas. Just a brief question, if you can bear with me, with numbers like that, how do you sleep with that? How do you sleep at night as a finance minister? Well, you know, 48 days I've been in office, and if we look at the growth budget, the growth boost and the special assets fund and the negotiations, I mean, it's been ambitious what we've done so far. So to be honest, I'm so tired by the time I get to bed that I sleep like a log. But naturally, I'm not going to suggest that these are small sums. Obviously, I have a huge amount of responsibility. But, you know, in recent years, I was always worried that we didn't manage to achieve the turnaround we needed in the economy. And my opinion has always been that we need to invest more. How can we get competitive energy prices? And I always fought hard to get this. And now, as finance minister, I can make a change. And I agree with the Chancellor that we have to do that now. So at the moment, if anything, I'm just pleased that we're able to move in the right direction, and I can work on ensuring that my homeland become stronger than it has been. And I have to say, I'm delighted that we're finally doing it, and I think it's the only way forward.
Und auch verteidigungsmäßig gut aufgestellt zu sein.
Also, we need to have a strong economy. I understand that. Let me just ask each of you here, where does the money need to be spent on? What do you think we need to invest in? Well, obviously, what's really important to me is digital technologies is what we need. But first and foremost, we need to invest in the backlog of things that need investment in rail. So infrastructure is what we're talking about, the security technology, and this is the basis of digital technologies. Now, if you think about digital technologies, 5G, mobile, and if you say, what do you expect when you're traveling in a train, you need to be able to use your phone and have fast internet the whole time you're on the train. This is what we hear again and again. Yeah, it's true. Everybody feels it, right? Yeah. And it's not just a function of, you know, that's a comfort for our rail clients. It's a technology that we need, 5G, in order to ensure that our trains can run in the future. And we've created a good synergy to say, well, it used to be you had one mast, one antenna, and all of the mobile telephony companies did it. Now we do it. So now we have one mast and lots of antennas on it. It was never cheaper than it is now. And with this investment, we have dual use, or it's useful for our clients and it's useful for the trains. Now, how much economic strength is being lost, or how are we going to be slowed down if we think of the amount of investment that's needed in train infrastructure? Well, you know, modern transport requires punctuality, freight transport as well as passenger transport. Yes, reliability of the infrastructure is important. I'd even go perhaps so far, and we will have read this in the press, as to say that the performance level of the train system plays a role in terms of how well the country does as a whole. So this is why we have to say that we're going to refurbish the infrastructure in all of those things that have been left undone for so long, and create at the same time a more digital train. Because if we have more transport on the rails, we can only do that with digitization. Because I think in Germany, to say, right, we're going to build lots of new tracks, first of all, that takes a long time. Planning permission takes a lot of time. And this is a good way of saying, look, let's invest in the trains and in the infrastructure, and then you can run more trains on the tracks and transport more by rail as a result. Now, Everland used to be Energy Solutions. You have rejigged the strategy. It was for, you know, turbines, but you're going to be focusing more on hydrogen in the future, if I researched it correctly. So where do you think the money needs to be spent?
Mit so offenen Fragen kann ich eigentlich gar nicht umgehen, muss ich sagen.
You know, open questions like this are always a bit of a struggle for me. Well, they just mean that you can wish for anything you like. Well, yeah, I can say you can buy anything you like. We've got engines for your maritime transport, the FS 126. We've got thermal pumps or heat pumps for that. And for industry generally, you know, we've talked about lots of different issues. One issue is certainly energy pricing. That is a big issue. That slows us down in terms of making progress in this industry. You know, we talked about innovation a lot this morning, new ideas, new impetus. There's an awful lot of innovation in this country. There are mechanical engineers like Mr. Leiblinger. I mean, we share a lot here. The problem is implementing it and scaling it up. That's exactly right. And then that comes us to the whole questions of how much of the money arrives. You've got the special fund for the military, 100 billion, and a lot of it was spent on administration. You know, it's a lot of money. You know, this is debt. You're investing. Where should we be investing it? The question is how much of it actually trickles down. And then we have to talk about, you know, energy security. We've got critical infrastructure. I mean, there's a whole portfolio we could open up here. Gas-powered power plants, hydrogen. I mean, we don't need short-term investment. We need long-term commitments and guarantees that if we build something, that it's not going to be written off in 10 years or 20 years. You know, the depreciation phase is 30 years sometimes, so we need commitments. And we need a guarantee that you're going to purchase this power. So this is a big change. You know, we're glad that the money's there, but we want to see it invested in a meaningful way. We need long-term commitments in industry for this. And it being properly implemented. You know, maybe we'll come back to this. But the whole question of digitization and bureaucracy. I mean, I'm pleased that we've got a Minister for Digital Affairs. I think that's great. In industry as well, we're trying to generate efficiency gains, but nothing is less efficient than making things more efficient that don't need to be made more efficient in the first place. So what we have to do is think about what we don't even need. You know, if you can't do it on an analog level, don't try it on a digital level. There's no point. And I think it was Mr. Burke was saying that if you look at the federal structures here, it's an enormous job, and we all know it. And this is a key issue that we're going to have to deal with in the future to ensure that the money actually arrives where it's needed. And I would say that is we need to see a radical reduction in bureaucracy. Digital Minister will be here tomorrow. How do you think the money should be spent then to ensure that Germany is more attractive for investment? You know, we've heard people calling for investment, invest in Germany. There were CEOs of international groups saying, I have to justify investing in Germany. So, how do we keep the dynamism going?
Ich glaube, der Finanzminister hat ja von der Schwächephase in den letzten Jahren gesprochen.
Well, we were talking about this recently, and I can just say that one example of, you know, we're talking about the weak phase, and we're going to be publishing a survey soon talking about the willingness of companies to invest. And if you ignore the financial crisis, it's lower than it's been for 20 years. So, you know, these dark times are really very present. And I think companies have lost their trust, you know, and psychology is everything. And this triumvirate of bureaucracy, labor, and energy costs means that now we have momentum through the change in the government. We, you know, the early indicators are really suggesting this, and I think, you know, if we talk to people over a drink later on, we'll say the same thing. I mean, you know, if you speak to investors in London, the financial markets are a little bit more volatile, so sometimes, you know, it was really a roller coaster. So we've got the dynamism at the moment, and it's our job as representatives of trade and industry that we represent this, that we're optimistic despite all of the challenges, not complaining. This doesn't mean being naive, but I do think we have to radiate optimism. And there's also a great deal of trust that we have to have in the government, and that's before they've really done very much. And then in terms of the question of where to invest, well, in football, they say money doesn't shoot goals. And after the Champions League of Paris Saint-Germain, we have to probably ignore that. But it's true for us as well that all of these packages will just evaporate if they aren't supported by structural reforms. So I would say it's important to have 30% digitization, 30% mobility. Instead of that discussion, it's more important to say what structural reforms are necessary that will make these investments a success.
Das habe ich in diesen Tagen gelesen, Steuern runter, Wirtschaft rauf.
So taxes, drop the taxes, increase business. It's not as simple as that either. From your perspective, what has to happen so that Made in Germany is a stronger brand? And what role do industrial standards play? Well, if I could just say what I'd like to see, I would like to see these structural reforms for Germany's investment location. We need growth, we need value creation, because German industry, I mean, we're growing worldwide, but we're not growing in Germany. So Made in Germany, you know, German industry is produced in India, in North America, in Asian countries. A lot of investment goes to Switzerland, hardly a cheap wage land, but it's flexible and it's got the conditions that we'd like to see here in Germany. So I'd like to have more flexibility here, a more intelligent administration and bureaucracy, because bureaucracy isn't always a bad thing. It can be a good thing, but it has to be introduced. And standards can help here.
I'm very grateful that you used value creation, because that's an important issue we really need to look into, particularly long term. Which share of value creation should there be in this country? I mean, obviously we have a lot of know-how, we just talk about scaling. How much value creation, how much production do we need in this country in order to keep, for example, our democracy stable? How much industrial production? I think industrial production is central. I mean, we know other countries who said, oh, well, we just go for the services sector, and that was not a success, not a recipe for success. But we should now ask ourselves, how can we create an ecosystem which makes industry work? We've had this debate about green steel, which is very topical right now, and I am convinced it needs to be what we want to do. But there are geostrategic security aspects, but still, the overarching idea has to be green steel coming from Germany. Well, at least two people seem to agree with me, listening to two of them clap. Now, we need to have the right conditions for that, because currently they seem not to be the right ones. And we need to have a political framework. I mean, you can talk about it, but I think the automotive sector in Germany needs to be there, needs to be strong. We need that. Now we have to say, what sort of conditions do we need to have? Another one is happy. Yeah, I thought that somebody in the first row would be happy about that statement. But still, no, this is the debate we have. And occasionally we tend to neglect the importance of industry. And I would have a problem with green steel and cars all come from China, and we resigned. We are resigned to that. We've had energy dependence on Russia. We paid a lot of money for that dependency. We need to make sure that we do not end up dependent on countries where the relations cannot be anticipated to be stable on a permanent basis. So that's why I say the security aspects play a role as well in Germany. And Europe is more important, Europe more than the purely national side. But still, it's a debate we have to engage in. But you have to make sure we have the right conditions, right framework. We talked about dangers to democracy. You talked about how important economic development is for society at large. And you said that that the government started well, and we all hope that this will continue. The question is, how do you deal with this gap? Measures and the time they will take effect. How much patience will be with companies, with entrepreneurs, with society. How do you keep the trust? Well, truth is, it's a tense situation which I can't resolve entirely. I know that every time I do in politics. We have a coalition meeting, you speak to the media, say that's what we agreed on. The next morning I have lots and lots of mails. When will this finally happen? So when we have a coalition agreement, then we have 2 readings, third reading in Parliament, it's decided the money is supposed to go. Yes, there is a gap. But as I've said, with this extraordinary public interest, I can actually shorten these periods. And that is why it matters so much that we really step on it. You can say, I go to the ministry, get to know my people, put up pictures. The 2 ministers ahead, there were cars on the desk. I mean, my office is as bare as it was when I started, because it's more important to start things and be speedy. I do this in the hope that this will sort of translate to the psychology of the country, because as you know better than I do, psychology is a decisive factor in all these economic issues and whether we are an attractive and interesting location. But certainly I can't completely dissolve this gap. I need to get these special assets on the way. I need to get the laws passed in the second and third reading of Parliament. But I think all indicators show that people are beginning to understand. Now we have a government that wants to reverse the trend, and we are doing what we can for that. But I think currently we see psychology has caused a mood upswing, and the money will flow, and I hope everybody is prepared, and the better you're prepared for the money to come, the better you can act, and I hope that will be reflected. Well, we know that it takes time until business-related measures have an impact, and you need to make sure that the trust will stay. So the question is, can you establish more trust between politics, business and society? It's going to be very interesting. Now, to you, all of you, do you feel you have more clarity, more planning certainty after you've heard the Minister?
Well,
I think it's not a picture which is black and white. I think, yes, the right signals. If you have new answers, there has to be the right ones. That needs to be implemented. You have a lot of plans, but implementation is what matters now. The second thing is something which I'm very concerned about. And this is what we are seeing coming out of Europe. What Europe has passed in recent years, the wave of regulation which is still coming and will need to be implemented. And finally, that makes it very difficult to be an entrepreneur. We are investing primarily in admin, in reporting and all of that. And I want you as the government to be strong and tough and enthusiastic in trying to make sure that we can turn that around, that we also get Brussels to be competitive. I mean, in Germany, yes, you can do things, but the main lever, that's Brussels. And there is a third thing, free trade, even if at the moment that is very difficult. Generally, we must not lose sight of the target of global free trade. That is what made Germany strong once and will do so in the future. Sadly, we don't have enough time for you, Minister, to tell us the secret ins and outs of the ministers' meeting in Brussels. But planning certainty, can I hear from you? I think confidence can derive from this combination. The special asset creates planning certainty, which particular construction sector has been demanding. And if we also manage to really reduce bureaucracy at the same time, and maybe even start with reducing bureaucracy, that will make it more easier to be pragmatic in using the investment money, then it will be quicker to actually feel the impact. And there's another point. You're saying the German Railways, Deutsche Bahn, is part of this society, a large, complex company. We have bureaucracy in-house as well. And we also have to look at what can we do. We have 35,000 rules and regulations in-house that we are subject to. And one rule can be 800 to 1,000 pages. Just imagine the poor engineer who has to reconstruct something. And what helps us in that? It's artificial intelligence. It's not reducing bureaucracy as such, but it's like putting a blanket over it and making it something we can handle with AI. But as a second step, we need to look, which of these rules do we really need, or which of them are redundant? So let us use modern technologies and help us reduce bureaucracy with them. I wanted to ask you about clarity, but also, since we talked about the tariff war, how do the banks prepare for the impact of higher tariffs, and what does that mean for finance provided for companies? What are you expecting? Well, it's a cardinal virtue for the financial sector to have an eye on all the risks. And political risk, well, that's definitely a term which is being bandied about quite a lot in the last 2, 3, 4 years. And of course, this is an integral part of our regular assessments, but we also need to look, I mean, if you look at your phone every morning and see an alert and get all excited and hectically start doing this and that, that's not a good idea either. You need to remain calm, because sometimes you see Donald Trump has had his Liz Truss moment, that capital markets, even if they're criticized, can have a disciplinary impact on politics too. The famous Wednesday before Easter, I think it was, when he delayed the tariff package for 90 days. That wasn't because he had a sudden insight, but it was that nobody wanted to buy American government bonds anymore. So I think these are all things which particularly are coming from the financial sector we keep an eye on. And since I have the floor right now, there's another point I would like to emphasize, namely the financial sector is an important tool. I mean, you mentioned the Capital Market Union. That will help us make Germany fit again. What is very important is that the pension system needs to be step-by-step move to a capital-funded system. That's very important. It may be a long, drawn-out process, but it's essential. I think we're all hurting when we see that growth investment, for example, in nuclear fusion is very hard to do in Germany. There is a WIN initiative, if I may do a bit of advertisement, the growth and innovation potential where our sector has been involved, and also in Brussels. Well, sometimes there is one department in Brussels working on a particular issue and they lose sight of the main objective, digital sovereignty. And then there is what we call the open banking feeder, and ultimately this means that possibly all financial data in Europe will be made available to the big techs in America. So we have to be very careful to see whether what is happening in Brussels, that was what you also said, whether what they're doing still follows the overarching objectives and the premise we want in Europe.
Gibt es mehr Klarheit, mehr Planungssicherheit, vor allen Dingen auch Schlüsseltechnologien?
Question also, planning certainty, do we have that for key technologies? 2 comments. There is a nice saying, the beginning is half of the whole, and if you pass what you said tomorrow, then in 7 weeks' time you will have achieved an awful amount. Key technologies, yes, we have them. Talk about my company. We've renamed ourselves, very old company. Energy Solutions, it goes back to 1758, so we're 267 years old. 20 companies have become part of our company. We've got hundreds of years of engineering history. Why did we do that? Because the world has changed. So we had to set new targets. You want to work in decarbonization, and that's the buzzword. Heat pumps, industrial decarbonization, these were issues mentioned, and all of that needs patience. I'll give you 2 examples. The first heat pump was something we built in 1938. Well, the question is, I'm sorry, I know it's impolite, but the finance minister will have to leave us. So do we have more clarity now, more certainty? Well, a bit, yes, but at the end it sticks with implementation. That's the be-all and end-all. So let's see how much of the money ends up where and whether we can implement everything in the sense it is intended. I think the storm has also changed the time of the panel. I'm sorry that we have to interrupt. I'm very sorry. But I have to go back and talk to our friends from the regions, the federal states of Germany. Yes, and we want to read later what the result is. But do you have time for one question? One question. I read about you, or there was a headline saying you are the most right-wing social democrat in the country. What's your idea of a modern country?
Ich finde diese Beschreibung immer so ein bisschen.
I think the sort of description is always a bit, well.
It
is true that for the SPD, I'm the person who is very involved in decision making. I have a lot of understanding, which I tried to make clear in my brief input, that what happens in the next few years is very important for this country. I'm traveling about the world quite a bit, and I haven't met another country where I would like to live. I think Germany is a wonderful country, and we're happy to be allowed to live here, but we all must make sure it gets stronger, and I want to use my political power, my work for that. This is what we negotiated, this is what we started the government for. If we're in power, and power is a horrible word really, but if we can use that power to make what I've just said happen, and I come back to TDI in 3 years' time, and you're still nice as you are today, then I can say I've used my power in a nice way. Thank you. Thank you for being with us today, even though you still have to go and engage in some tough negotiations. And I would like to thank all of you for your patience and for accepting the change caused by the storm. And now, talking of the storm, we have a bit of information for you, so please stay with us for a moment. You will have heard that there was quite a heavy storm in Berlin, which still has impact. So the barbecue is both downstairs and up in the roof in the Sky Lounge. If you feel you want to go outside, there is a possibility of doing so, block by block, so not all of you, so please stay with us. We're doing a brief recap in a moment. So, towards the foyer on the left-hand side, to the room, new times, new responses. But as I say, we have very strict security instructions, so not everybody can be allowed out at the same time, so please stay with us. And when you do go, please remember the weather was unexpectedly strong, so in this, irrespective of whether you are here or outside, a lot has been happening in Berlin, and tomorrow we're starting as scheduled at 9:30.
Ich weiß nicht, wer von Ihnen zwischendurch aufs Handy geguckt hat. Es scheint mittlerweile eine Antwort des Iran gegeben zu haben.
I've got another piece of information. Iran seems to have replied to the attacks. A US military base in Qatar has been bombed. So a lot can happen tonight, and tomorrow we'll need to discuss it. Qatar has always tried to mediate throughout the whole process. Yes, and exactly what they wanted to prevent has now happened. Yes. So we'll have to see what happens in the next few hours. Tomorrow is going to be exciting. We have a number of high-caliber guests, the Minister for Economic Affairs, Minister for Digital, Research Minister, and Bill Gates, and we're looking forward to all of them and you. So I think many of the subjects we had discussed today will be discussed also tomorrow, Brussels regulation and so on. So I can only say, have a nice evening, meet you tomorrow.